Here we go. What are you saying tonight, brother?
I'm working on finding my own stream. Okay, I found it.
Yeah.
Just so I can see the chat in real time.
Yeah.
I find this other fucking chat, it doesn't show me real time. Someone says a comment, and then 20 minutes later, it'll pop up.
You always have to have the YouTube up.
The YouTube up.
Up in the YouTube. 2063 under H2O. Damn.
Someone comes in. What's H2O?
Well, Jimmy, sit down. We're about to explain it to you.
Gatorade's better.
Gatorade's. It's got the electrolytes, man.
It's about that vitamin water.
Would urine have the same vitamins that Gatorade has?
I don't know. I'm quite confident that the ammonia in it might be harmful.
Well, you can always get rid of that.
However, that Bear Grylls guy, he does this weird trick where he digs a hole, pisses in it, and then sticks some saran wrap over the top.
Yep. And then
collects the water off the top of it.
Yep.
But a guy that gets dropped off in the woods with nothing but a fucking knife and a fire starter, how the fuck's he find saran wrap?
Hold on a second, I'm on that one. Did you see the one with salt water? How they were taking it, and it was on Survivor Man, and he was actually taking, he was heating it up, but taking the steam off it and collecting that, and that didn't have the salt in it.
What?
Yeah. Oh, dude. It took him a while to get a little bit of it, but he still was able to get water.
Ain't that about a bitch?
Yeah. I probably just botched that, so.
It's cool. You can have a good cry about it later.
I'll rewatch the live stream if I can be like, shit.
I done fucked up.
Uh-huh.
I think people come in just to hit the dislike.
You already got dislikes?
Yeah, one.
Fucking right, man. That's a badge of honor.
So's your Red Wings, but hey.
The crazy thing is,
I
only see one watching, but we already have 6, 5 up and 1 down. So that's, I don't know if it's just lagging on updating on who's here.
I only see 4 up, 1 down.
Oh no, it's 5 up, 1 down.
Well, I think they're just screwing with me at this point again.
And that's why we're doing it this way.
That's it. Who's got a hammer? We'll make it work. Russian space station.
You have to think, people, if you are here and watching, you might want to sit down. You might want to take a chair and
get a box of Kleenexes and your safety blanket.
Yeah. This safe space Yeah.
What the future has in store.
Cuddle with your cat. Cuddle with your dog.
Get a teddy bear.
Yeah.
Get a bottle, fill it with vodka, start sucking on it.
We are going to need it after trying to explain this.
For sure.
And if we don't do a good enough job, we will send you a link to go show you what we're talking about.
Yeah. Then you can lick the walls in person.
Yeah. Well, this is a change. Fuck, man. It's been so long. I was on Metalheads not too long ago just saying hi, but it wasn't
a social visit?
Yeah. This is more. Yeah, this is more of like I heard something and is it calling it bullshit or is it just putting an opinion to it?
I don't know. Hey, the lag isn't that bad.
Oh no, man, you're good.
I mean, it's pretty much only a couple seconds.
I'm just kind of wondering though, like,
is time travel real?
Yeah, does somebody really come from 2063?
No, it's 2075.
That was 2000. Yeah, does somebody really come from 2075? And are they saying the same things over and over again on their YouTube channel and not pasting pictures together? Basically, he produced some art that we got to see.
It's a Picasso.
Yeah. Like, show us some damn facts. You said you were going to show us facts on the video.
2 hours later.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, don't worry. We're going to get to it. I have the picture in my hand. And then all of a sudden, it's like 2 hours later, he's like, well, next video, I'll sign off and I'll show you.
Yeah. Or I
think we stopped it before that.
The BB pellets.
Yep. Tell us a little bit about that.
I think I'm going to share this in case the notification didn't do it.
I got a notification right away. You got 3 watching. Hello, everybody. Hit that like and leave a comment in chat if you want to ask a question, or if you want to just say hello to Tank and OG here. And grab a chair, please, and stick around.
And don't forget your safety blanket.
Yeah.
Everybody loves their safety blanket.
Oh, yeah. There we go. It's already going to, I don't even have to fucking think. Like, share, and subscribe. If you haven't.
Yeah, I even put other channels in that little
thing. And make sure you hit up all those channels and fucking subscribe to them.
But don't hit them too hard. I don't want to pay for the repairs.
Yeah, and make sure you're doing it in that order that he has it. If you're not going to do it in the order that he has it, then don't fucking bother doing it.
If you're not down with routine and order and calculated moves, then fuck you. The number of people goes up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't worry. People will see this
someday.
Well, even if I have to reshare it on my fucking, I'll put like 30 second. I'll put 30 seconds of this video up, and then be like, "You must go here to see the rest."
Yeah. Smash that dislike button.
I'll just grade out.
Where the fuck is everybody?
It is 5:11 in the morning, but people are just going to be getting their fucking Bridget's on. They're going to be getting their coffee ready. They're going to be rolling their first joint of the morning.
Hookers will be getting ready to.
You know what you should put, and if you don't mind me putting in this in the chat, just for. Oh, a second here, let me find it. I get too fucking crazy here.
Crazy's good. Crazy's good. What the fuck? Where'd you go? And he's back.
Hey.
Hey.
That's where I fucked up.
What'd you fuck up on?
Oh, I just didn't open another window. Anybody that's in Canada, or Ontario, and this would be going for my uncle that wants to shoot his mouth off and say, "Oh, we have more rights now about smoking marijuana in Ontario."
If it's not copywritten, we'll share it.
Well, they can go read it themselves.
Oh,
everybody in the fucking thing. It's just an Ontario .ca page. This is laws, okay, on what you're supposed to do when you grow it, where to smoke it, how to smoke it, what you're allowed to do, what they can fucking tag you on. There's a certain height that you're allowed to grow your plants, eh?
I always thought that they didn't go with that part of it.
Well, I'm just putting this out there for anybody that comes across this in Ontario, just as a
reference.
Yeah, just go read it over. Even if you don't read the whole thing, just read a couple of things, and you'll be like, "Really?"
Licking the promise.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm new to all this shit, man. I'm not. I've been on YouTube since 2014 or something, 15 but just recently, I've been doing this kind of stuff, right, and looking into it and really understanding. I even have my own kind of conspiracy on why they legalize marijuana, but I don't want to throw that.
I think that they did it to take away more rights because now you have less rights as a driving a vehicle.
That, but look what they're putting in it. If it's government regulated, wouldn't it be like tobacco and they would start fucking chemicalizing it? So it's not, so you get cases of, oh, see, marijuana was actually bad for you. But it wasn't the stuff that we were growing. It's the shit that they're producing.
Not the homegrown stuff anyway. If done right, it's pretty good.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying, government, look what they did with fucking tobacco, right?
Battery acid, fucking cyanide, that poison.
And that's my own, like, don't think everybody that's listening to this that's a fact or anything. That's just my personal thing on it. The spin on it is that they took control of it for a reason. Which you can grow your own plants. So if you have your seeds, you do your own thing, right?
The thing I got pissed off about is where I used to buy my seeds, they stopped them from being able to sell the seeds because of
Oh,
import laws.
oh, dude, one seed is the equivalent to 1 gram in this statement in here.
What?
Yes.
Obviously,
Me
they
and
don't know how to
Talls
digital
were looking at this. One seed is equivalent to a gram.
That's fucking stupid. Well,
You,
good. Then that would be a good argument to play if you ever grew more than you're supposed to grow. Every plant
but
equals a
how
gram.
would it be? No, not even if I'm not. I gotta look into that. Before I spew it, I'm gonna just do true facts so I don't come up as bullshit here.
Yeah, nobody likes bullshit.
No, but me and
You gotta
Tolls were
mislead
talking about this.
the people. Too bad you weren't at 1,000. You could have shared this
Okay, so
on yours.
you are able to have a maximum of 30 grams, about 1 ounce. That's bullshit. Why don't you just fucking say an ounce? Just of dried cannabis or equivalent in public at any time. So 5 grams of fresh cannabis. Okay, so hold on a second. Sorry, let me reread this. 1 gram of dried cannabis is equivalent to 5 grams of fresh cannabis, 15 grams of edible product, 70 grams of liquid product, 0.25 grams of concentrate solid or liquid, and 1 cannabis plant seed.
What the fuck? That just sounds stupid.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. They did this for a reason, man. Before it wasn't illegal to have seeds.
No, you could have as many seeds as you want.
So now if you had 28 seeds, that would be the equivalence to your ounce. Which you wouldn't be allowed to have anymore. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when my uncle was arguing with me, I'm like, did you see? He's like, oh, it's just a fucking website. I'm like, this is a cannabislawsontario.ca. I'm like, this is a government page.
They changed a lot too, though, because when it first came out, before it was completely finalized, you had more freedom with it.
That was
And
a
then
show, though.
they kept changing and taking away more shit.
Yeah, but that was a show. Because you know how they're coming out now saying that cannabis was the edibles are just coming to market. They've been on the market the whole fucking time. You can get edibles anywhere from any of one of those government shops.
You can get it from the native shops now.
But I know, but I'm just saying they just recently said, oh yeah, we're bringing this edible. I could get edible cannabis anywhere, any one of those shops that I would order my weed from.
They changed that too, also because originally you weren't allowed to have edibles until they regulated it.
Yeah, but they're not even following the rules.
Well, look for them fuckers.
because who's really regulating it? Who's really going in and testing it and showing them that? You have your certain suppliers that are growing it, so they're like, okay, well, we could set up this line and put out some edibles. Every time I order a half ounce, every half ounce, I get one, those toffee candy edibles free.
You go through medical?
Well, I could go through medical. I just go through the stores right now.
Are they just online, or have they opened actual shops?
You just go look at weedmaps.com. And it'll show you in your area what they'll deliver right to your door tax free, man. Sometimes some of them won't charge you delivery. Some of them, if you get the specials, will charge you delivery. And you can get concentrates. You can get hash. Well, hash is a concentrate, but hash you can get
Hash is a form
oil.
of concentrate.
Yeah, it's a form of concentrate.
Because it's compressed.
Yeah.
How long does
You
it
can
take
get
to
the
upload
resin.
a video?
For me,
Yeah,
it depends where I am.
where you are right now.
It would take me forever.
Fuck. I was gonna say upload a video saying that you're over here. Come chat.
Oh, I could.
That way we get more people in here. I think all my people are fucking hungover, fucking asleep.
You got two watching.
I think that's us. I rarely get many people this early.
I've never tried going on at 5.
I've went all night once or twice.
But do you mind? Well, I don't know if you want to talk about this, but like, I'm still not getting the whole strike thing.
Who's striking?
Like the strike, the community, the YouTube strikes.
Like which ones?
Like the community. Like, okay, so if somebody okay, if somebody complained about a copyright on your video, I get that. It's basically
they would put the video under review, and if the person could prove that it was a copyright, then you would get a copyright strike.
okay.
But if you got a community guideline strike,
Is that somebody that's offended by it?
No, copyright has to be something.
No, the community guideline.
Oh, no. Community guideline is anything that violates the community guidelines.
Okay, that's enough said. I got it. I thought it was an actual somebody going on there and had hurt feelings or didn't want to be on your video or.
Snowflakes, no. I've come to terms with this.
Can I just go live on mine right now and say come over?
If that would be quicker. I suppose you could, yeah. I mean, that'd be the equivalent of a video, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's the equivalent of a small video to a quick live. Just, I think it would take shorter time, because it takes shorter time to go live than it does to upload a video. I think I said that right. Grass monkey. Did you just leave the chat,
No,
or like did you leave on another device of the chat?
no.
Oh, well, we lost somebody.
Oh, I did close my YouTube on it.
Okay, I lost you.
I'm gonna uh, I'm gonna post your YouTube link in the description if that's okay.
Yeah, the video. That way, when they click it, they go right to it, or the live. Sorry, saves them from going straight to the channel and all that good shit. Don't touch me there. You're not my parole officer. Fuck, I'm contemplating on fucking making a coffee.
Me too, man. I'm just gonna make this video first.
Oh my god, no way. Welcome to my hood, home of the dope girls, home of the dope girls. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
I'm actually before I do that, I'm gonna go make a coffee. If that's cool.
Give her
I'll be ready.
10-4 dispatch. Suspect Gerald Donald's in the building. Over and out. P1 to P2, please remain indoors. There's been a hammer hawking sighting.
I'll be right back, bro.
All right. Hurry up and take your time.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna just post that on my.
Somehow the what do you call that? The what's it called? Um, uh, entertainment thing got fucked up, or not, or what the hell's it called? Um, it used to be educational, and now it's not.
Oh.
Oh well, I'll fix it later.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I'm just gonna go live quick on mine. Just
Let people know to come over.
yeah.
Can do the floor.
So I'll make sure your link is in there.
if you go to where the thing states, what the hell do you call it? Under the video, it'll say share, copy link, and then you can paste it. Paste it.
Oh yeah, it's there. I'll just wait for a couple people to come in before I throw an empty message up. Hey Rob, how are you doing, man? Go check out Tank Boy. I have it in the description. I know everybody coming in.
Zombie Hunter.
All the people coming in the description, there is a link. That's where I'm hanging out right now with Tank Boy News. And come like, share, and subscribe. So I'll hang out here for a couple minutes. I am hanging out with him right now on his stream. And I would appreciate everybody coming over to check us out. And we have a couple fine topics to talk about today. This fine morning.
Rob says I'm in Tank now. Thanks.
Thanks,
Rob,
brother.
How are you in me?
Well, he just subbed to you. He was in my channel, and he came in here, and he went deep into your channel and subbed you.
You went deep inside me.
Thanks, brother. So we just have. It's been a while since I've done a live, so.
Love weenie.
So anybody else that checks out this video within the next hour, hit the link in the description. Make sure when you come over to Tank Boy News to like, share, and subscribe. And I just want to thank everybody for coming over. Peace. I'll talk to you there.
Don't forget the lick and the promise.
The what?
Lick and the promise. I must be someone special for this one person to make like 100 accounts to come in just to put KKK.
Yeah.
Either that or some 12-year-old boy hasn't hit puberty yet.
Hey, Big D.
Ooh. Welcome, Rob. Welcome, Big D.
Hey, Southern. Oh, even Trump said got the boot.
That's not the real Trump's head. That's another account that this person made.
Oh, okay.
It's the same person every time, so it kind of is
Yeah.
a pointless thing to warn. You know? Morning, Southern. Evening, whatever it is.
Oh, it's morning. You're good.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, it's here. It's 5 o'clock. It's almost 6 o'clock.
Say so.
So we do have some people in here. Do you want to start off this, what we're talking about here with the 2000, what is it, 75?
2075 is when he says when.
That's when he time traveled from.
Apparently. And apparently in 2075,
Isn't,
people eat BB gun pellets, and that does a full day. One of them does a whole day worth of eat.
yeah. And wasn't there supposed to be a city that's breathing underwater? Or it has its own dome?
It sunk. Los Angeles, I believe.
New York, I think. Wasn't it? LA?
Los Angeles, California, or something like that.
Okay.
But it apparently sunk, and then they built a dome around it. Sound like the Truman Show.
Yeah. And then we're supposed to see proof of this. But
Apparently.
I could have drew a better picture of New York or LA being under fucking.
I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that time travel isn't a possibility.
Guess what?
I'm just saying that fellow's skeptical.
If you're wrong, you'll be eating pellets in 2075.
So I can have fun shooting targets and eat off the same mason jar.
Yes.
Sounds like a fun time. It's a multi-purpose universe, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, why not?
Definitely, I feel that.
Hello, Brian. Welcome. Good morning or good evening, whichever it is for you.
Yeah.
The Truman Show. In case I don't see you, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening.
Hey, Brian Johnson. Long time no see, man.
See no long time, man.
Oh, geez, you going deep.
Oh, geez, going deep, balls deep, man, balls deep.
So I think if we get Brian on here to talk about this, he would be a.
Do you have the link?
The link to your thing, yeah.
Yeah, the thing.
The thing.
Yeah. I put my other channels in the description, so when I copied and paste those, I lost the we do it in the picture. Being busy practicing what I've been preaching. That's not the right link.
That's your streamer link.
Yes, it is. Never mind. Don't listen to me. I'll be okay.
One day.
So, well, I'm hoping. I'm hoping. I mean, maybe the second Tuesday of next week. But,
well, maybe after we're living in a tube or a pod underwater.
That's only if we live in Los Angeles, California.
But you know what? The picture was so convincing.
I don't know. I mean, I knew a kid from India that could Photoshop better. I mean, for all I know, it could be a legit picture, you know?
Yeah.
And we could all be eating pellets and have chips in our wrists. And the whole world could be under one government with 7 colonies, you know, like the Hunger Games.
Yeah.
just a second. I got a drone disassembled.
Cool.
Shoot.
Oh, wait a second. I'm gonna go grab water.
Gatorade's better. 'Snap, fool! I'm on TV. First cops, now this. What else was in that video? Something else.
$2,063 under H2O.
Each of the two of the O.
But if you think LA is going to just be under, wouldn't there be more than just LA?
I think where they're going with that is the fault line in California.
Okay.
Like one of the Orleans sunk or something like that. Or there's another city. What the hell is that city? Atlas or Antlus and Antarctis. Oh my God! What is that city? Atlas? No. Oh, I can't think of what the hell that city is. It's sunk. It's underwater now. It's Atlas or wow. What the hell?
What's up, man?
There's a city that's already underwater. Atlantis. That's it. Thank you, Southern. Atlantis. The city of Atlantis. It's underwater. And I suppose if they really wanted to, they
Do they
could.
got a dome on it?
Well, if they really wanted to, they could start building a dome on it and then just pump all the water out. I mean, I suppose. I mean, that's possible. That's how we do docks. Is when we replace docks or do repairs, we set it. Oh shit! Hold on.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
My cholesterol right now. But that's how we replace docks or do repairs to them. Is we'll put sandbags down and then build a barrier around it and then use like a sub pump and pump the water out of it so that it's dry, and then that's how we'll redo the foundations of docks and whatnot, and then we'll let the water all come back in. So I suppose it's possible, but
Yeah.
some of that other shit is kind of, I don't know, seems sketchy to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the topic?
Time travel and Los Angeles being underwater in the year 2063.
Yeah.
Sounds probable.
That sounds probable. Even
Yeah,
the
but or
dome,
the time
the
travel.
dome that he says over top of it.
Well, time travel's possible.
What about he had a mason jar full of things that look like white pellets, and said that one of those is food supply for a whole day, and food is free and the government provides it. Now I know that there's meal supplements out there for astronauts that are pill form, but
Well,
these things look real sketchy.
the world has always provided food. The government is just an idea.
Well, he said that the government supplies everybody with food, and the world is ran by a super intelligence, which seems probable. And there's
Sounds like
robots everywhere, and they're aliens and humans and robots. We all live and commingle.
science fiction.
That's exactly what it sounds unique. But he says
Well,
time traveled from the year 2075.
time travel's possible. It
Yeah, but if you're going to time travel and then come back, you think you would bring back some proof instead of some picture that's,
well,
like, if you're going to come back, you should have better cameras than that.
well, if you think about it, time travel is nothing more than taking matter and turning it into plasma. If you energize a battery like a capacitor, you can control the electron fields on the outside of the skin. And when it's energized enough,
Hey, Betsy, how are you?
Welcome, Betsy.
when you energize the skin far enough to where it's more like plasma, if you've seen the TR3B to where it takes off like at light speed, what it's doing is it's going from E equals mc squared. It's turning mass into energy by electrifying the outside skin. What you take with you inside, you're not going to think about taking something with you. You're just going to hop in your machine and, test it out.
Yeah.
You're not going to say, well, I'm going to bring all these artifacts to prove, because you're going to be there. That should be proof enough.
It was just how he explained it that sketched me out.
Yeah. And how he kept repeating what he was from 2075.
Well, for me, it's theory, but I know that it's possible.
And then he was going to show us all this proof, and then 2 hours goes by, and we're still waiting on some kind of information.
Huh. Well, then you're in the future.
I'll show you.
We could post the link.
Well, in 2 hours, you're in the future.
Yeah.
See, he fooled you.
No, I was reading the comments under the video, and one comment stood out to me, and that comment was someone should go back and watch all of the videos that this person had posted on time travelers, and they should try to compare what everybody said around that time.
I don't think you can go back in time. It just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense.
No, I mean like the person said, why don't they go back and watch all of the videos of the people that said that, let's say they were in the year 2050, okay, and watch every one of the time travelers that this fellow said that he had on that was in that year, and compare all their stories to see if it lines up.
Well, I think you can only go so far how would I say this? You can't go back any farther than where you're at. You know what I mean? You could go forward and go back to where you were, but I don't believe that you can go back any farther than that. Otherwise, you could be bringing, like my dead father, back to life.
That would be decent.
Yeah, that'd be totally bomb. I wouldn't have to be living this miserable life thinking I should have thought something else.
I remember all of that when the cops came and we were fighting to get him out of the nursing home, and
Mm-hmm.
they just
Yeah.
didn't give two shits about anything. They were just drones.
Well, they're in it for the money.
Your father looked scared too. Like he looked like absolutely scared. Like
Well, yeah, he was. He was doped up. My dad never took drugs his whole life. He wasn't crazy. They just try to give you enough drugs to where you appear crazy, or you appear like you have dementia or Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. They want you to look sick. They don't want healthy people in there.
they do the same thing in mental health hospitals. They'll drug you up and then put down on your chart that you're schizophrenic or something.
Yeah.
But the fact is that they've got you on so many drugs that you become schizophrenic.
Well, yeah,
You know?
they got you on
You
6
become
different things. You're going to be crazy.
Right. A walking drone, you know what I mean? And your impulse control.
I know my dad. Yeah, I know my dad. And you couldn't hide that. You couldn't give him drugs and me not know it.
Right.
And they said he was taking
Didn't they say they didn't have him on any drugs, but he looked like he was zoned out of his mind?
They had him on 6 different drugs, but he was fighting them, taking them. He was being stubborn about it, and they did something that night. They were giving him potassium or something. Something caused his heart to rupture or fail. They give you potassium or something to raise your blood pressure. And
did you check and see if they...
I couldn't get any results. I couldn't get any tests. I couldn't get a independent...
Did they have any insurance? Did they have any insurance policies on them?
Well, they didn't need to. He was worth his land, which is $1.3 million. His Social Security, they kept it. What money he had in the bank, they took it.
Wouldn't it automatically by default go to family?
Nope, because they were the
power of attorney.
Yeah, power of attorney, and they were the guarantors.
He didn't have a will?
He had a will, but it doesn't take...
I don't think they followed it.
Yeah, they don't worry about a will when they're stealing somebody because they're keeping you away from him.
His father was smart as a whip, but closer to the end, he just seemed down. Almost like an empty shell.
Well, he wasn't him. I mean, he was still there. He was still himself, and he wanted the hell out of there.
They had him on so much drugs that he stopped being able to function on word or to,
basically, he would just sit there and clasp. He would clasp his hands to where they were red because he was so damn nervous. He wanted out of there.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know my dad like a top. Just you can't hide nothing from me and my dad.
It was a sad situation. You know,
there was nothing wrong with him. They messed him up. They were the ones responsible for messing him up. They put him on pea pills 4 times the amount of a normal dose for a year and a half. And it depleted him all of his nutrition. So he was so weak and frail, he couldn't hardly do anything. Then when I got him off the pea pills, we started rehabilitating. And then my brother, he goes and gives him a wheelchair and takes the walker away from him and puts him in the wheelchair, and that weakened him up. My brother was just as bad as the hospitals. He just didn't have any common sense. They try to blame it on, oh, he's old, oh, this, oh, that. No, it wasn't. He was healthier. He had another 10 good years left.
How old was your father?
He was 90. But he still never drank, never smoked. He was a hard-ass Kansas working farmer. And he was healthy.
He had that blood in him that didn't want to quit.
Oh, shit. He used to throw hay bales up on top of the semis. He was 5'2", about 220 pounds. Just raw muscle. He was a fireman. He was a machinist, a welder, had his own welding business. He did all kinds of stuff. There wasn't nothing that man couldn't do.
How old was he when he died?
He was 90.
Okay.
But he still had 10 good years left. He never got to slow down, part where he could just sit down and say, fuck it, I'm done.
Southern said something to you, Brian.
I'm not looking at the chat. Let me look.
Southern said, I've seen that before. So sorry, Brian.
Yeah, that's what they do. They steal your property. They steal your inheritance. They make people homeless. And then they act like, oh, well, that's just, they're in a bad spot right now. No, they were put there. People are put in the bad spots by the government.
What do they do with the property?
They sell it, take a portion, and there's nothing, huh?
Was anything demolished or built on it?
No, I still live here. I fooled them. I called their bluff on all their bullshit.
And won.
Per se, yeah, I guess you could say I've won for now. I have a buyer for the house for $1 million.
Hey, Tank.
Yeah, brother.
You can buy an OG World Order T-shirt now.
What?
Yeah, man. You want?
I tried to figure that stuff out, but I couldn't figure it out.
I don't even. You know what, man? There's a really cool dude, man. And there's one for Chris Powers, Joe Cool, The Observer, Tuck, all your favorites. I just want to make sure it's cool to post the link, and if it is, or he could post the link.
Give her.
Problem was, my dad didn't owe anybody anything. All of his bills were paid. Even his funeral, his death was paid for. And they couldn't get their hands on it to make it available to a higher tax bracket. So they had to try to steal it out from under us. They had their name on the deed of the property a month before they took him.
That sounds to me like they wanted that property for something.
Yeah, because it's worth $1 million.
They want demolish it for like one of those pipeline type of things.
Well, if you look at my address, we're the only house, for many blocks. They built these cracker box condos next door. They're $900,000, and we're the only property left. And they thought they were going to run us out of here. Wow. And they get a commission off of that. Plus, they get money for stealing him. And then they get the money for the property, but they didn't realize they couldn't take it just out from under us. Because if anything happened to my dad, my sister was on the deed. So it just goes to her. And
insane how they use and abuse people and create so much havoc and sadness and pain.
Yeah, if we didn't do it that way, they would have taken everything and put us out on the street. And we would have been homeless. But when I showed everybody the proof of everything that I said, the people that are the social workers, they're licensed from J.P. Morgan, a lending company, a bank. Why are they responsible for my father's health care?
JC Morgan.
Yeah,
Morgan, JC Morgan, JC Morgan.
yeah, Chase Bank.
Weren't they the one? There's a scandal behind them somehow.
Yeah,
I remember it. I
crooked
just
as hell.
can't think of what it is.
Well, if you think about it, all your money that you supposedly donate for government assistance and welfare, that's supposed to be given back to you in a time of need. But they give it to you as a loan, and they put it on your, on your bill for later on in life, so they can take everything away from you. You don't owe that back. They're loaning you your own money, and then trying to take your property at the end of your life cycle. That's what bankers do. That's why you have all the homeless.
That's why I don't own any credit cards or visas or anything.
It doesn't matter.
Because by the time you're done paying the interest on it, you might as well have just put the money in a jar and saved it.
Well, if you owe $40 for 40 years, they don't care if you spend $40,000 paying it off.
Heart.
If they make $40,000 off of the $40 that you owe, they don't care.
Money's money, right?
To them, you're just a. Doesn't matter who you kill.
Wasn't there a situation like that to a bank where they had an insurance? They took it. It was like an insurance thing, and the person wound up becoming sick, and they couldn't afford certain things, and the bank was supposed to cover it through a savings or a special whatever, and they didn't, and the person wound up dying.
I think that's everybody. You're supposed to have Social Security type of money from your job when you're working. That's insurance. But now they've changed that to an independent insurance company. So it's no longer backed by the people in the federal government. It's just an independent company, and they stole all of our money. I don't know about yours. You guys get free health care, I think, don't you?
It's not exactly free, but it's free enough.
But when you die, you got nothing anyways, because they don't allow you to own anything.
Your family's stuck with whatever.
Yeah.
It's not like it just magically disappears.
Well, why should your family be responsible for your debt? You're an individual.
Well, that's just the way it is.
No, that's not the way it is. That's the way they make it. I mean, if my brother does something, I'm not paying for his car payment. I'm not paying for his dentures. That's somebody else. I don't care if they're blood related. I don't owe him nothing, and he can take nothing from me. Neither can anybody else.
I think that whole concept of that system is the equivalence of drinking poison and expecting the other person to die.
It is. What do you owe? And who do you owe it to? People are making money hand over fist with you. Every time you use currency and it switches hands, there's a tax. That tax accumulates until that currency makes it back to the person you borrowed it from. You never own it free and clear because it was loaned on a debt. The currency is made to create debt in itself. So all that tax money that you pay in on top of what you borrow, you're not borrowing it because you're trading it for your labor. But somebody borrowed it and gave it to you to play with, like monopoly money. And in the process, they're taking the tax off the top of it. So you figure 10 cents on a dollar every time that dollar switches hands, whether you buy something, you sell something, it's always incurring a tax that's not taxable. It's just straight dividends that go straight into the banker's bank account. And it's never heard of again. Then they take that money that's imaginary in their account, and they go back and buy all the gold and silver. And they're like, well, they used good money for it. No, they used your labor. Your actions created this revenue, and they turned around and used it against you and robbed you. Money's
I believe
evil.
that's why they took the penny out of Canadian currency.
Well, it
Because
just makes it that much faster to steal from you.
well, if you
Well, now it's a
go to
rounded up or
Tim Hortons
rounded down
and
system.
you buy a coffee and say that coffee is $2.20,
They
then
round it up.
to $2.25.
Well,
No, if
gee,
it's 220,
Or
it's 220. If it
yeah,
was,
okay, whatever.
if it was,
If you're over a little bit, they round it to the above number.
yeah,
the American court systems make $1 trillion a day. Think about that.
Warehousing people.
The American legal system makes $1 trillion a day. And they talk about the United States debt being $7 trillion or, whatever they're claiming it is.
yeah.
That's one day's work for the United States government here. And all they're doing is robbing the people.
It's insane. Or insanity.
The Department of Justice funds everything. Like I said, all that money that switches hands goes into a bank account tax-free. That's why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Because now they're going to increase taxes to cover this 1-point-something trillion dollar overhead that they're going to have for security and war and whatever. Well, now they got to blow something up over in Iran to justify security. Well,
I watched a news clip where starting a day or so ago, they had like military personnel at airports. United States is under high security threat right now.
Yeah, right. Ain't nothing ever changed. You want to fuck around over here? Try it. Just try it. You'll see something you ain't never seen before. You'll see 327 million people with a gun that'll just wipe whatever the problem is off the face of the earth.
Isn't it strange how all these threats are coming and they're like everybody needs to be prepared for
because it's time to vote.
retaliation and violence, and they're causing more red flag laws in Virginia. They're having the UN go in and confiscate guns and shit like that. Like, why take the protection from the people that desperately need it? If you're really serious and think that there's some massive threat, would you not want the people to protect themselves?
You don't harm people who have guns any other way than taking away their guns because they can't defend themselves.
Look at all the shootings. They all happen in gun-free zones.
Absolutely.
So if you make the whole United States gun-free,
you're going to have people running around killing each other with spoons.
Right. And well, not only, well...
But you'll be subject to the government.
There's a portion of those guns and those shootings that are illegal.
Yeah, but you'll have the bankers with their foot on your throat. It's no more than a tyrannical move from the bankers because they know we're on to what they do. It's a joke. It's a game. And we're tired of being, the theft, the thievery, the depletion of our natural resources, of our land, destroying lives. Everything that happened to my father, my family, everything that happened to his family before him. This has been going on since 1500s, maybe 1300s. It was, go ahead.
Wasn't it the, one of the either Rothschild or whatever the hell family from the original bankings that created a war, started a war, just to take money and then overcharge them?
All countries are peace-loving countries. You go over there, you'll see some of the nicest damn people you ever met in your life. Anywhere in the world. Anywhere you go in the world, people are the nicest damn people you'll ever see in your life. They have no desire to go out and murder anybody. They only want no harm to come to their own family. They don't want to be robbed so they can't feed their own families. But when you go over there threatening them, you're creating something that didn't exist and it didn't need to exist. Nobody needs to kill anybody. We haven't had a terrorist attack in this country since, well, the government's, the FBI or United Nations or somebody's responsible. It is not anybody but the CIA or somebody like that. But there's good people in the CIA, but they've been corrupted. There's good people in the FBI, but they've been corrupted. And they are there to protect the deep state. The CIA was not created by the people. It was not agreed upon to be even created by the people. It's a subsidiary of government power from the bankers so they can protect their investment, their idea of mafia. That's all it is.
A lot of the CIA and shit, there's a lot of, what's the best words to use? There's a lot of classified details that go on that aren't made public, and people either just go missing or are found committed suicide with 2 bullets in the back of the head.
Yeah, I hate suicide like that.
I mean, how does that even happen?
Well, if you're going to shoot yourself, you better do it twice.
Yeah.
Make sure it's good.
Yeah. I mean, after you've already hit the ground and shit yourself and pissed all over the place. I mean, that extra one is just good measure.
Yeah. Well, people are so dumb they're going to believe it.
That's the trouble, though. Simple-minded people are everywhere, and they're only getting more simple-minded.
And the problem is they have just as much control and power and ideas as everybody else, but they don't have intelligent ones.
Common sense.
That's not common.
Well, I guess it would be today's common sense.
People don't want their bubble broken. They have a certain outlook, and they expect every day they wake up to be like that. And they don't want that change.
Well, it's a lot of, like, I mean, there's a lot of fucking deception and what is it?
Sleight of hand.
Yeah, but there's a lot of predictive programming in everything that people watch, from movies to the news to fucking books they read.
Absolutely.
I'm just going to go make another coffee. I'll be right back.
Well, just figure everything you know is wrong. Everything you've been told is a lie. Even your math, even, your curriculum in school is wrong. There's much easier ways of doing things. We're just not allowed to do them. We're given these extra steps. I could show you videos like the human calculator, how he does things because of the way he thinks. It's just a thought pattern. If you were trained differently, you could be a human calculator too.
What I always wondered is, like, when I was in school, there was these behavioral classes, and you didn't have to be a behavioral child to go to them. If you were excelling or bypassing or passing your classmates, you would go to these classes because the teachers, I guess, didn't know how to accommodate that level, so you would wind up being classified or labeled as a behavioral child. That's the class you go to.
Do you know the difference between a valedictorian and a dropout?
A piece of paper?
Huh?
A piece
of paper? No, the valedictorian just did what they were told more than everybody else.
Who will sacrifice their morals first or the most?
Well, if you do what you're told, you're going to get good grades. And if you always do what you're told, then you're the valedictorian. You're the best listener out there. You're the best doing what you're told person they know of.
And in time, the best preacher.
Not necessarily. I mean, it doesn't make them a great person because they followed orders.
No, I
Is
mean preacher of what they want you to learn.
Well, yeah, you just do what you're told.
Right.
That makes you valedictorian.
It's like
But
the person
somebody
that
who
knows the rights and the person that
somebody who drops out of school might have a different idea about life. Doesn't make them a loser. Just doesn't give them the highest grade possible because they didn't do what they were asked.
When was the last time that we used anything that we learned in school besides basic math and stuff along that lines for a job?
Oh, I mean, certain things certain people do. What I went to college for, I'm not using any of it because it doesn't apply to me doing nothing. I'm good at doing nothing. I'm going to get the award for it next year, and then I'll try to beat my record after that. Right now, I'm trying to straighten up our outlook on government.
That's a hard task.
It is, because it's hard to get all these valedictorians to listen.
And people they get stuck in their own ways, and
Well, you can't possibly be smart enough to tell somebody else what's right and what's wrong and what they should do to fix it. They have to use discrepancy, and we're going to debate this. There's no debate. There either it is or it is not. And if you want to keep is noting, you're going to keep getting what you got.
Einstein's definition of insanity.
Yep. Do what you're doing, you'll get what you got.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Just one hell of a circus. And it's sad because you see people that you grew up with and people that you care for just blindly acting like sheeple, you know? And
my mother can't even tell you what I went to college for, even though I got 6th in the nation. That's stupid. I'd want to brag about my kid.
why can't she?
She's just that inattentive. She doesn't care anything about anything except for what she's thinking, because nothing else is possible. It doesn't matter. Everything I say, I have to be wrong. I can't possibly be right. I can't be that guy. I have to be the dumbest guy she's ever seen. My brother, he has to be jealous. I can't possibly be his younger brother and him not be smarter than me.
It's crazy.
It is. I have the most dysfunctional family that I know of. Bipolar, borderline, ADHD. My dad was, he seemed kind of, what would you call that? I call it anal, but he's like obsessive compulsive. When he starts a job, he finishes it. I call that responsible. And, I always wanted to be like my dad, but I don't have that choice. I don't have that option because too many people got involved in my life that didn't need to be there.
My mom's strange like that. If she asks me what I'm doing and I say I'm trying to help somebody, whether it be talking about someone else's rights or whatever, she gets pissed off and
That's none of your business.
Exactly. It's not happening to you. Why do you care? Well,
Yeah.
What if it is happening to me? What if it happens to my kids? What if it happens to the
First
next
thing you
generation?
should have said was, why do you ask? You should have asked your mother.
Yeah.
When she asked you what you were doing, you should have said, "Why do you ask?" That would have ended it right there.
It's not happening to you.
Well, if you ask her, "Why do you ask?" she'll say, "Oh, no reason." But if you feed into it, she's fishing. She'll be fishing for her next argument, her next way
She's very
to.
blind at times.
Well, yeah, she's trying to overlook you as to be more intelligent, to disregard your what you're doing. She'll try to fish for a story, and you'll give her some information. More than likely, she'll run with it and try to belittle you out of the information you gave her. They call that borderline. It's a mental condition.
It's a strange condition.
It is.
Because I couldn't it's like if I see somebody on the side of the road that needs help or someone on the street that needs help and I want to stop
She'll
and
get
help that
jealous.
person.
She'll get jealous if you try to stop and help them, but you won't do it for her.
She just gets completely and entirely frustrated. She's like, it's not your problem. It's not your business. Why it's not happening to you? Yeah, cool. I mean,
If you're being a good
common
Samaritan.
courtesy.
She's not the type of person you get the door for her. But if you get the door for somebody else, she gets mad.
Or she doesn't like what you're saying. It's you only think about yourself.
Yeah, I get
You
that.
make
So
sure
selfish.
you make sure somebody else doesn't fall down, but you don't make sure she don't fall down because she doesn't want your help. But she does want your help because she complains about it all the time.
It's like a law that was passed or a situation where someone's rights were being violated here.
Help me out. Am I even remotely close?
Very close. Extremely close. But there's a case going through the Supreme Court of Canada right now where a father got his child taken because he wanted her to wait until she was more mature to make the decision to have a sex change. And hey, I'm explaining this to my mother, and she's like, "Oh, not here, not in this country. It is this country. I've been trying to tell you that this shit's been happening right in front of your face, and you're too blind to see it. And people are being violated worldwide, and it's not just another country's problem. It's not just your neighbor's problem.
It's
It's our
everywhere.
problem. It's everybody's problem.
It's anywhere that Monsanto sold seeds for crops, and anybody that bought it and ate it.
And then regurgitated it.
Well, it's all it chemically alters your body from the atrazine and the Roundup. That's a fact. It'll cause people to revert sex, and it'll cause males to revert to a female, and they can have babies, but they can only have males, I believe it is.
Kind of the same thing as
Chemical sex change.
that, but your doctors tell you to drink soy milk because it's healthier for you, but it's filled full of
Causes
estrogen.
cancer.
It's
Well,
also filled full of estrogen.
soybeans cause cancer.
I'm not worried about the cancer. I'm worried about growing tits.
Well, if you
He
got
doesn't want the
cancer,
estrogen part of it.
if you got
Yeah.
cancerous tits,
Tits
You
and
know,
breast cancer.
I want them to look good. I don't want them to be full of cancer
No,
either.
Yo,
couldn't you get those tits reduced and then put into your put that meat somewhere else?
Yeah, but it probably wouldn't be as good as you can imagine.
Did you
Pass out every time you get an erection.
Oh, fuck.
you got a cat?
I-
He's not going to feel something licking me.
I can't eat and have sex very close together because I need the blood for other things.
That's too much.
Well, for people to destroy your food, to destroy your water, to destroy your air, that's what land is supposed to be providing for everybody. But when you got something called law, that law comes from land, air, and water.
Yeah.
Wow.
They control the land, air, and water. That's what makes it law. They think they control it, but it's a gift from the people, and it can be taken back.
I think that's what's on its way to happening in the United States right now.
Well, I think that's why they're trying to
It
get.
needs to happen.
Well,
That's why
yeah,
they're trying
I
to
keep
get
telling
done.
people how to do it too.
And then after you're done over there in the United States, we're gonna have to do something here in fucking Canada because
Isn't it ironic how it's starting where it ended before?
Well, it has never gotten back to where it was because there's always those few that they pull a camel out of their ass. You know, they're just dying to keep what they had, and the only way they can do it is to be malicious. It's mafia type behavior. You know, you see these politicians sitting up there, wink, wink, smile, wink, wink, you know, and then they fill you full of a bunch of bullshit. You know, but if it would have been you or me that killed 6 million people, we'd probably be dead. But if Hillary Clinton does it, she's still walking around running for president.
Look at Bernie Sanders' interview that just came out from a while back, where he he said that the idea of the IRS and shit like that being able to enforce shit, come to your house with the threat of violence and pay me or I'll fucking come after you, is okay, but would not answer the question if it would be okay for a citizen to threaten violence on or to have or to commit violence on somebody that hasn't done violence to them. And he couldn't answer that question. He says that's an absurd question. It's not the same. We're government. Oh,
Well,
what is
where's
the
the
difference?
contract?
I don't know.
Where's the contract that states I am in agreement to your terms?
I don't think there ever was a contract.
I have none.
I believe the Constitution clearly states who's in power.
Yeah, but when you allow people to assume power under presumptive measures, you vote for them, you're asking them to be your master. Stop
Right.
doing that. You've
Vote
got
the
to
person in
stop
and
it.
then
And I
complain about them afterwards.
can't make everybody listen. I can only give you the answer. Stop asking somebody to be your master and you'll quit being a slave. But you go to the
What
polls
would
and you
happen if
beg
everybody
somebody.
stopped voting?
You don't vote for that. That's not what you vote for. There's an alternative. Vote for yourself, not yourself. Vote for people that you trust, people in your community. Stop voting for a business to run business for you. Start
But
doing it for
who would
yourself.
win? Who would win if nobody
The
voted?
people give them the power, the people can take it away. You're employed by somebody, you can be fired. And if you
But
fire those people, you
don't
got to
you
do the
think
work yourself.
don't you think if people um in their jobs, if they went the wrong way, they could lose their jobs for going um for doing that basically.
It shouldn't be that way, though.
What do you
because
mean?
whatever you
People
do
with
on
their
your own
jobs, if
personal
they
time,
Well, because you
you're
got a
protected.
freedom of association, but that
Look,
freedom of association has been taken away from us.
in the United States, we hired a business, the United States, the Federal Reserve. We hired these people to provide 19 essential services and no more. And they created over 6 to 20,000, we don't even know the number, entities off of that branch, and they keep taxing the people. We got to have more money. We got to have more money. But it's not so much as coming out of your wage. It comes out of how often you are arrested, how many times you are policed, because the police are the ones that provide the economy. All your money goes into the Justice Department. The money that goes into the bankers, that money goes to the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice disperses it throughout all of the government entities. When the government gets their hands on you on the street and throw you in a jail cell, what they do is everybody has a bond, like a war bond, but it's called a birth certificate. And that birth certificate is valued for so much when you're born. And they trade you like cattle on the stock market your whole life. When you go to court, if you get a felony, it doesn't matter if you're guilty or innocent. If they can convict you of the felony, the judge himself gets $90,000 for that case, just one felony.
But what about the money that they send out in settlement?
That doesn't even include what I'm talking about. The money I'm talking about is strictly from the your birth certificate. And this money is hidden behind the scenes that nobody ever sees. So the judge gets $90,000, the district attorney gets $60,000, your lawyer gets $20,000 from each one of those guys. The judge and the DA pays your lawyer $20,000 each. That's $40,000 to your own lawyer. Plus, you pay him $20,000 or $30,000 on top of what they get out of your own pocket to defend you, and you still lose. And you wonder why it's a conspiracy? You wonder why the Bar Association is illegal? It's a monopoly. They're cohorting on innocent people for monetary gain. And you don't see this birth certificate stuff. I could show you if you go to GMEI Utility, it'll show you all the people that invest in your name when you put your social security number. You got to have an, what is it, an ESI, or I can't remember the name of it. It's the global number that everybody has. And when you put that number in,
Social insurance number?
It's like a employment ID number, EIN.
It's called a social insurance number where we are.
Yeah, whatever you guys have, it'll be different from country to country, but it's still, everybody has a unique identifiable number.
It's a number that they take your taxes from.
Yeah, it's not like asking a Jewish person what's their number. But it is. You know, it's when they got that number, they trade that on the stock market. When you enter it in that website, it shows you all the people that invest in you. If you're doing good in life, if you're doing great, well, they just keep investing in you. If you're turned to shit, well, if you go to jail, they just pull the money out of that account and pay themselves off with it. That's why you're worth more in jail than you are out.
Where does the money go while they're paying the money into it? Where does it go?
Well, it goes into stocks. It would be like Prudential or any. I mean, they're going to hide who they are. It's all through paperwork, but they're going to hide who they are, the beneficiary, and at the end they cash in the dividends on their investment. Because you are worth a lot of money. You just don't know it. Your land, your assets, all that stuff. When you die, you probably have $1 million at least just to yourself. And if you're successful, you could have many, many millions. Or if you are played a lot on the stock market, you could be worth billions and you'll never know it. Maybe your parents were worth billions and you didn't know it.
Is that why you can't save money in your own safe anymore?
That's the QV trust. That's what it all revolves around. And people don't talk about it. They don't know about it. It don't exist. It's a conspiracy. That's just a myth. It isn't a myth. It's a fact. And that's how they operate on paper with corporations. You yourself are a corporation with your name. Believe that or not, you're a corporation just in yourself. That's how they can not use money, but they can use currency. They don't use tangible money. You have some in Canada with your gold coins.
We
Best
don't have those anymore.
You don't. The best, those maple leaves.
No,
Those-
what?
Those maple leaves were the best gold in the world.
That's got to be before my time.
Really?
Yeah.
So you guys don't even. I was just watching a thing on it the other day.
Real silver anymore. We don't have any real.
Well, where do you think that's going?
I don't know, but wait the hell back when the government put out a notice in the United States and in Canada where you had to turn over all your gold and silver and precious metals.
Why do you think that is?
Because they wanted it all for themselves.
Because they took your tax dollars and purchased it. That they got tax-free. It went into a dump truck and went dumped in their bank. And they turned around and bought all the gold and silver. I keep telling people this. They're strip mining you and stealing all of your commodities right out from under your nose, and you're too blind to see it. Until you're standing there with a piece of dirt that you can't grow nothing on and no water to water it with and nothing to eat, you're not going to believe me. I'm not wrong. And I can't tell you to help me out here. I can't make anybody do anything.
Like the strangest thing of it all is, so when governments need bailouts, they go and they get it from like the UN.
Let's just call it what it is, bankers.
Okay, they go to the bankers.
Well, the government bankers.
They type into a computer, here's the loan, and create that money from absolutely nothing.
They don't need a loan.
They jack up the prices for taxpayers, which make the money that was made from absolutely nothing, and then give the absolutely nothing money back to them, but then take out another one, and the cycle keeps repeating.
Well, the thievery keeps repeating because nobody will put a stop to it. If I came to your house and emptied your refrigerator, you wouldn't take long before you put a stop to it.
I wouldn't let you through the door if that was your. Well, I mean, if you didn't have permission to come in my house, you know.
Well, even if you invited me in and I sat down and, I promised you the world, talked and licked your ear and, whatever you want to hear, and then I turn around and rob you, that's exactly what's happening.
I'd be coming and finding.
If you think I'm a little bit extreme, I'm being nice. I'm not even being close to being extreme as I should be. The problem is you're not extreme enough. Yeah. The problem is you're not pissed off. You're not mad yet. What's it going to take before your kid's standing butt naked in a damn line trying to get toilet paper and a piece of bread and used as some sex slave so you can just live? What's it going to take? When are you going to get mad?
But that's already happening now.
Why? Because you don't listen. Nobody listens. You can tell people the answers to their problems, but it doesn't work until it affects them.
This Peter says, Mr. Johnson, let's have a conversation in North Korea. See how bad you have it here in the U.S.
North Korea has more liberties and freedoms than we do. They're not being robbed every day. They know what to expect when they wake up. Every day you live here, you're going to have even less tomorrow.
And they're enacting, like in New York, they have those stations that are on street corners and shit that take pictures of you, your facial ID, your fucking, it takes all sort, it tracks you everywhere you go.
Yeah.
Dash cams do it, body cams
what for?
Are connected to a network.
Why? So you can't get one over on the banker. Well, if he's getting disability and he's walking, well, that means he's still pumping air. He can't be disabled. They want you 1 foot in the grave and 1 on a banana peel, and you can't feed yourself.
Have you seen the X-ray machines yet on the back of the New York City police cars?
No.
People think they're license plate readers, but there are some that are license
X-rays?
plate readers.
Yeah.
It's an X-ray machine, just like they have
Wow.
at the airport, so that they can see if you have weapons or I don't know, whatever the fuck purpose. I don't understand what it's there. But that's kind of an invasion of privacy, because there was a whistleblower that came forward and said that they can quite literally adjust the settings so that they can see you naked just as they can at an airport. That came out when they started leaking photos of famous actors and singers and shit naked going through
Well,
the X-ray machines.
we're not so dumb we can't make things to counter that. Like infrared lasers that fuck you up and you can't see them, or microwaves that burn your ass and don't know what the fuck it is or where it's coming from. We're not so dumb that we can't retaliate. It's
What's
just
your take
nobody.
on 5G?
Well, 5G is, there's 2 ways to look at it. 5G is a 5th generation type
Hey
of.
guys, I'm gonna jump up for now.
Okay.
You leaving, OG?
Yeah, it's been 2 hours.
Oh, well.
I'll still be watching though.
Okay. The 5G. Good.
Oh, ciao everybody. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just saying 5G is a 5th generation of communications to provide different services. But then you have the 5 gigahertz band frequency, like some phones and routers. You can access a 5 gigahertz channel on your Wi-Fi, and that way there's less people using it. It makes it more secure. You can get better data transfer. But anytime you're around any microwaves or any radiation, you're going to have some serious problems. It doesn't matter. Any level is too much.
I think it started out as a military weapon, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it started out as a radio. It started out as somebody banging a rock together. That noise, click, clack, click, clack. Okay, he's over there. And then pretty soon they figured out how to do it with a radio wave. They're just bouncing a radio wave, and then they carry it over the airwaves. And then now they got it so fast, technology makes faster components to where you got 40 gigahertz chips that can pass frequencies. If you can put something on that carrier wave, you got 40 gigahertz waves to carry bits and bytes.
Kind of insanity.
Yeah, you get 40 gigahertz. You use that for radar and stuff for your car, but you just use a infrared LED. $8, you can counteract your cop's laser or the laser radar.
Like the crowd dispersing.
Well, it's timing.
Direct energy.
It sends out a beam of light that you can't see, and then it bounces back and it reads how much light came back at what frequency. And it knows how far you are away. It's just time. Just measurement, mathematics, and time. It's measured with light.
Like sonar.
It is with light. So you capture that light. You can make circuits fast enough, just with simple circuits, that'll read what it's doing and focus it back at itself so it doesn't even see you. Very simple.
Isn't that something of what the worries were with all these smart devices that are in kitchens and shit throughout your house?
No, the worries were that they were going to eavesdrop on you, but instead you pay the bill for it. Dummy.
But they do though. Those smart TVs, it was proven that they access the microphone and they're like, well, what
Yeah,
if we
you,
shut
do you know how
it
many
off?
people they see walking around naked?
There's a lot. As long as you can get on the network, you can get access to everything that's connected to that network.
I sat here for a week watching a guy on TV. He wasn't doing nothing. He was just playing with himself. And I thought, what the hell's going on here? So I turned the TV on, and it goes away. So
Yeah, you're seeing your reflection.
I got to mess with you. Yeah, these
It's like
smart TVs.
same as smartphones. They listen to everything you do so that they can
Oh
uh,
yeah, they sell
transfer
market.
that for ad revenues and shit.
Oh, dog barking. Need a dog coupon food? Food coupon for dogs? Yeah, just all kinds of crap like that. But it's more than that. I found the firmware on the computers in 2010. I found all that stuff that don't exist. It has to be there for the NSA, and you can't touch it. You can't.
It's in the programming built right
Well,
into the
it's
frame
on
or
a
the.
it's on a chip. It's just a chip that's like a hard drive, like memory chip, and they burn it into the chip, and they get mad when you erase it.
I found that there was stuff like that built into the key frame, like the framework.
All you got to do is buy a motherboard, use DOS 2.0, access the motherboard. You don't have to have any hard drives in it at all, and you can still F disk the motherboard with no drives. I'm not talking about uh, virtual. I'm not talking about in the memory. I'm
Are
talking
you
about
talking about the hard drive that's built into the motherboard?
I'm talking about chips that are on the motherboard that store the programs that I'm talking about. They're only about uh, one's 30 megabytes and the other one's 80, 82, I think. But they store their crap there, so you can't get it. You can't get away from it. It's already there when you buy it. You build a new computer, you're already hacked. Phones are the hardest, and they're a lot faster than your computer. Phones are crazy with the crap they run. They got the best technology, and you pay for it just to be spied on.
It also leaves you open to anyone that knows how to code or program or script or do anything to spoof or access networks. They
If you
can they
can,
can also access your
if you can
device
click a
and
mouse,
yeah.
you're in. All you got to do is click a mouse, and you're in. Look up FinSpy.
What is it? Sorry,
FinSpy. FINSPY.
it's a script, right?
No, it's a program.
Hmm.
FinSpy.
Best way to do it is through like emails or phony links.
You're doing it the hard way.
Old
Click
fashioned.
here. Yeah, you just log into their computer. You don't ask them. It bypasses everything.
Crazy.
Did you find it?
Find what?
FinSpy.
Oh, I wouldn't search it on this. Not through this device anyway.
Doesn't matter. It's just information.
Yeah, I usually use a secure device anytime I go rooting through shit. Something I
Does
can wipe and start over.
tell me what's a secure device? Every key you push is logged. Everything you do is logged. It does not matter. You don't have anything
I don't care
secure.
about the logging. It's connecting with someone else's third partiness.
Well, you're not connecting with anybody. You're just looking to see what it is. You can look
Right.
and see how it works, or you can YouTube FinSpy. It'll show you how it works.
I like doing it on a secure device with a program that tells me what's in the background.
What's a secure device?
A secure device is something that I can wipe easily and don't need to worry about.
You haven't hidden anything.
What do you mean?
You're not hiding anything. Just
Well,
because you don't think you don't possess it, it doesn't exist.
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I run through proxies, VPNs, VMs.
Do you really think that matters?
Oh, I know it matters.
It doesn't.
It matters to the average keylogger hacker.
Yeah, well, to the
It spoofs
normal,
your identity.
but to the people I'm talking about, if they want something, they got it. There's 11 tiers of what you don't see over the top of what you do see. And they send stuff out of band. They draw signals from you. They send information to your computer, and they do that out of band. You never even know that it's happening because it's not even on the same frequency that you would expect a glitch to happen. You know what I'm saying? You'll see the processor slow down. You'll know there's consumption. You'll know there's traffic of bytes and bits being sent, but you won't have any way to track it because it won't be.
You can though, if you know how to program.
Well,
And code
it's not
different
something
things
you're
and
going
route
to
them
see.
together.
You're never
If-
going to see it, but
if you
you'll
run
know
the
because the time frame that your computer's working will be the only thing that you'll know. It won't be a matter of, okay, I sent this many bits, I sent this packet, and it contained this, and there's the header. You're not going to get any of that because it's out of band. You're
Well,
not going to, you
it'll
won't see it.
It'll tell you what traffic is going on. And
No,
then if
it
you-
won't tell you anything.
It will.
You're
You
not
just have
getting
to-
what I'm
you know,
saying.
I know what you're saying. Every device speaks to every other device, whether it's on or
Not
off.
in the language that you're thinking.
Bounces signals back and forth to each other.
Yes, but it does it out of band, and there's no log of it.
But not on a common way. But if you write your own programming and scripts and smooth cards, then you can track the
If you have
traffic.
if you have a spectrum analyzer, then you would know. That would be the only way.
Of digital form.
You would have to have digital, probably not. It would probably have to be analog. It'd be more like a scope.
Well,
You're going to see some fluctuation in energy, but you're not going to have any way to calculate what it actually means. It's not going to mean anything to anybody but them.
You just have to have your own algorithm. Once you have your own algorithm that
Yeah.
it's able to search through your device, the algorithm will run in the background. And if you add the code to it to notify you or to open up a different setting or window, it'll show you.
Like FinSpy, you can allocate resources right from it. You can change to pretend like you have a printer now, and you're going to allocate so much resource to that printer, and this guy's never going to know the difference. He just sees 2 or 3 printers, Microsoft, whatever, and you never know the difference. And that printer never activates, but it's a resource that they use in the background to access your stuff. What I'm talking about is way higher level than that. You're only going to see the fan speed up. You're not going to see any traffic unless you have a spectrum analyzer.
Or a program that will.
There's no program that you're going to use unless you have a spectrum analyzer.
There is a program. It tells you which devices you're communicating with, how you're communicating with them, what you're transferring, how much data you're transferring, when you're transferring, and the algorithm picks up every single thing that your device is doing. That's how I know that my cell phone is talking to my laptop, and my laptop's talking to my tablet, and my tablet's talking to my modem, back and forth.
Let's think a little higher, like alien, like quantum computers.
Well,
You-
that's
you-
that's what 5G is.
well, it's supposedly it was supposed to be for that.
Well, 5G was originally designed as a direct energy weapon because it commits off the microwaves and the radiation that comes off it at the same time. And then they added quantum computing with uh, one of the most powerfulest artificial intelligence, which once the 5G network goes completely and fully online and not just the test server, uh, nobody's data is 100% safe anymore because of the
Well, it's
AI
already
and the quantum computing at the same time.
it's
It'd be
already
the equivalent of
online.
having, well, it's not fully online.
You
Um,
think?
well, I mean,
I've seen it.
I don't know 100%, but I know that they have a test server, like a test version of it, which is just like the original one, just not as strong. They haven't
The
put Google's quantum computer
the D
uh,
wave.
in it, and the artificial intelligence is not online activated because of they tried to do it through Facebook through a test, but the two AIs were communicating with each other and creating their own language. So Zuckerberg or whatever his name is, um, he cut it off. He's like, nope, we can't do that. They're talking to each other and we don't know what the hell they're saying. So they were
Yep.
still fixing the bugs and shit that's inside of it. Um, and that's kind of the trouble when you've got artificial intelligence and two competing at the same token. The artificial intelligence is intelligence nonetheless, and if it's written properly, they'll learn shit. What is Google? There's a something that's online right now uh, that when they were doing the tests, they
There's D wave.
they I can't remember what it is, but when it's hooked up like a baby. It's got no information, nothing. And
Mm-hmm.
they put it in a maze, a virtual maze, and it doesn't know how to walk. It doesn't know how to do anything. It doesn't know left, right. But within 5 minutes, it's now running
Mm-hmm.
and it's moving and it's converting itself left, right, center, etc. And it's learning everything from scratch. And it was doing the same thing with like video games and chess. This whatever this is, form of an artificial intelligence. It it learned chess and mastered chess in 20 minutes. Whatever it is, I can't remember what it's called, but it's whatever it is. It's fucking smart. It's super smart, and it's online right now.
They're 512 qubit.
I can't remember what the hell it's called. It's like Google something dome or
Mm,
can't remember what the hell it's called. But whatever it is, it's highly intelligent, and
Rakuten.
it was just the test version.
It's like
uh,
a Rakuten.
Kind of, but not. It's more of a mixture between a mini quantum computer and a mini sophisticated AI with a memory bank of endless, and it whatever it comes into contact with, it runs 5 million possibilities or options and finds the best one and does its own little thing to learn itself or to teach itself how it all fits together. I can't. It's uh, Google Blue something or Google. Fuck. Give me a second and I'll see if I can look it up. Um,
Um, all I know is the D wave. Um, I mean, I haven't looked at it for probably almost a year. So I'm sure it's probably advanced a little bit there.
I don't know what the fuck it is. Deep Mind is what it's called.
Hmm.
Deep Mind. It's fuck. It's got to be a so if I go
I gotta use the restroom here in a minute.
fucking ads.
I have a program on my computer like Jarvis. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but
I gotta use the restroom.
yep.
Woohoo!
Yeah, there it is.
I'm back.
Okay, I don't know if this is gonna. There's another video if it doesn't though.
I define intelligence simply as how good something is at accomplishing complex goals. So human intelligence today is very different from machine intelligence today in multiple ways. First of all, machine intelligence in the past used to be just in all ways inferior to human intelligence. Gradually, machine intelligence got better than human intelligence in certain very, very narrow areas, like multiplying numbers fast, like pocket calculators, or remembering large amounts of data really fast. What we're seeing now is that machine intelligence is spreading out a little bit from those narrow peaks, getting a bit broader. We still have nothing that's as broad as human intelligence, where a human child can learn to get pretty good at almost any goal. But you have systems now, for example, that can learn to play a whole swath of different kinds of computer games, or to learn to drive a car in pretty varied environments. And where things are obviously going in AI is increased breadth. And the holy grail of AI research is to build a machine that is as broad as human intelligence, can get good at anything. And once that's happened, it's very likely it's not just going to be as broad as humans, but also better than humans at all the tasks, as opposed to some right now. I have to confess that I'm quite the computer nerd myself. I wrote some computer games back in high school and college, and more recently I've been doing a lot of deep learning research with my lab at MIT. So something that really blew me away and like, whoa, was when I first saw this Google DeepMind system that learned to play computer games from scratch. You had this artificial simulated neural networks. It didn't know what a computer game was. It didn't know what a computer was. It didn't know what a screen was. You just fed in numbers that represented the different colors on the screen, and told it that it could output different numbers which corresponded to different keystrokes it also didn't know anything about, and then kept just feeding it the score. And all the software did was to try to randomly do stuff that would maximize that score. So I remember watching this on the screen once when Demis Hassabis, the CEO of Google DeepMind, showed it, seeing first how this thing really played total BS strategy and lost all the time. Gradually it got better and better, and then it got better than I was. And then after a while, it figured out this crazy strategy in Breakout where you're supposed to bounce the ball off the brick wall, where it would keep aiming for the upper left corner until it punched a hole through there and got the ball bouncing around in the back, just racked up crazy many points. And I was like, whoa, that's intelligent. And the guys who programmed this didn't even know about that strategy because they hadn't played that game very much. This is a simple example of how machine intelligence can surpass the intelligence of its creator, much in the same way as a human child can end up becoming more intelligent than its parents if educated well. And this is just tiny little computers that sort of hardware you can have on your desktop. If you now imagine scaling up to the biggest computer facilities we have in the world, and you give us a couple of more decades of algorithm development, I think it's very plausible that we can make machines that can not just learn like computer games better than us, they can view life as a game and do everything better than us.
So there's that one. Not sure if you heard it.
Yeah, I heard it.
And then there's, I think this is a better one because it looks like there's more people talking within it. Where the hell did I see it? Right here?
I'm here. I'm just making noise.
Not much is known about DeepMind. If you take a look at their website, you'll see that their goal is to solve intelligence, and that they're currently hiring. What we do know is that having been founded in 2011, they were then bought by Google in 2014 for a whopping £400 million. Today, they're publishing a major piece of research in Nature, and we're getting the opportunity to look inside their offices. We're not headed to Silicon Valley, but to the heart of London, where behind a relatively unassuming unmarked door sit some of the brightest computing minds on the planet. How will this research take us forward even more?
So I think all those examples you just gave are examples of some smart tools that we currently have, but they're very limited in their domain in terms of what they can actually do. And I think the big challenge for society over the next decade or two is actually dealing with the massive amount of data that is being collected on everything from healthcare to economics to climate and so on, and actually trying to make sense of that data and finding the structure in that data and the insights to allow us to solve whatever it is we're trying to do. And I think we're going to need these type of algorithms we're building here in order to be able to find those insights in that massive, overwhelming amount of data.
And the paper that you're publishing now in Nature, that starts down that path by playing Space Invaders.
Yeah, that's right. So really, it's just the very first baby step towards that grand goal. But really, the paper and the work in that paper is the first example, I would say, of a full system that can actually learn to master a wide range of diverse tasks.
So take me through what the algorithm does then, step by step.
So the first time the algorithm encounters a game, it sees the data stream for the first time. So it's a little bit like a baby opening their eyes and seeing the world for the first time. So the only information they get is the pixels and the game score. And the goal they've been told is to maximize the score. But apart from that, they have no idea about what kind of game they're playing, what their controls do, what they're even controlling in the game. All it can do in the beginning is trial and error, press the buttons randomly, and see if they do anything. And then over several hours of experience, maybe even many days, it starts figuring out what it's controlling in the world, patterns in the world, building a model, if you like, of how the world is working. This system kind of learns to adapt and gets better and better incrementally to eventually it becomes almost perfect on some of the games.
And this system that you've created can play not just one of these games like Space Invaders, but a whole different array. Why is that such a challenge?
Well, it's very difficult to build one system that can actually master a wide range of different kind of goals. So really the only way of doing that is to actually have the machines and the algorithms learn for themselves directly from the data.
To find out more about how the algorithm works, Demis took me to meet two of its creators, Vlad and Corey.
System is a big neural network, which essentially gets frames from the game as input, and then it extracts layers of progressively more abstract features. So maybe at the lowest level, it would represent information about which pixels are on, and when you go to the higher levels, it will start to represent positions of the ball or maybe of the space invaders. And what the system produces as an output is essentially a prediction for how much reward does it expect to get if it presses this key right now and continues playing.
So we've heard a lot about what the system is very good at doing and the certain games that it can play. What does it find more of a challenge?
Right, so one issue with the current system is that it essentially starts playing the games by just randomly pressing the keys. And in a game like Space Invaders, you can press space bar a few times and you'll hit a few of the enemies and you'll get points. But in other games, it's very difficult to get your first points or first reward. So if the game involves solving a maze, pressing keys randomly will not actually get you any points, and then the system has nothing to learn from.
So is that why it's not quite so good at playing this Pac-Man?
So that's one of the issues. There is a maze involved, and it has to explore the entire screen. But it's also a game where longer-term planning is an issue.
And so why does it find long-term planning difficult?
Because in the current system, it takes a short history of what is played, but it doesn't have a real memory component. So it doesn't have any means to remember what it has done far into the past. So it can't use that to plan far into the future either.
Is this just a problem of sheer computing power? Can we just give it more memory?
It is not that, because even if it has more like memory capacity, what is important is to be able to use that memory capacity to actually decide on what to put into that memory and what to read from that memory. And that is a whole new aspect of research that we are working on.
Mind an unusual company. I joined chemists.
Company, we think it's important to share these advances with the community, and we also think it's very important to have an independent validation of the quality of the work that we're doing.
And of course, you are owned by Google. Why Google? I presume it's not just because of the drinks on a Friday.
Well, at Google, actually, our culture is very similar, so there's a lot of alignment actually with Google's culture and DeepMind's culture. But actually, the main reason we decided to join Force was we felt that we could accelerate the progress we're making, use the complementary things Google have, like compute power and data and so on, and the things that we were good at, like the algorithms and so on. And that turned out to be really the way that's happened. So it's been really, really good. Well, the thing I get most excited about if we look sort of 10 years plus out is using the type of developing the type of technology that we've published now a lot further, and building up those capabilities so eventually we can have, say, scientific advances being assisted by AI, either AI scientists or AI assisted science, and actually making new breakthroughs with the help of machine learning, like the sort of machine learning we do.
So that's DeepMind.
Yeah, I see that. That's kind of a unique program.
It's artificial intelligence combined with an algorithm.
I use a program like that, like Jarvis. Not nearly as sophisticated, but it's handy.
That DeepMind crap is intense, and apparently a smaller version of it is connected to YouTube, and that's their new algorithm that they put on to help flag stuff like the not child friendly stuff, and stuff that violates their terms. And if this is true, that's a scary thought, because this thing in 20 minutes learned how to play multiple games at the same time while doing it at such a high rate of speed that it crashed the devices that it was on.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, that's
It
insane.
could be handy for things like if I wanted to share my screen right now and played like YouPorn or X Hamster or something. You know what I'm saying? It would be nice if it could be used to catch something like that before you get in trouble.
Right.
That would be the only reason I could see to use something like that, other than the speed of trying
But
to.
they're using it for censorship.
Right. Well, they use it for all the wrong reasons, because it's not in the hands of the people that really could benefit from it.
And it's not programmed to benefit anybody but the platform provider.
Right.
Like, it's insanity. Yeah. like that AI and algorithm is so powerful.
I'm afraid I'm too old. I'm too old to try to even comprehend. I know what it can do. I know what it's capable of. But I think I'm too old to delve into it.
Right.
Because it's not going to. It doesn't enthrall me to hurl myself at something that's never going to benefit me. Maybe the younger generation will get into it before they get into slavery.
But we're already there.
Yeah, we are. But I mean, at least we have a chance to get out. But not if people don't wake up and realize the reality of being a tool.
A number.
I'm nobody's tool, and they hate me for it. And if I can make more people hated, I think we can make a change.
Wake one person up at a time, and soon more will follow.
It's not fast enough. One person at a time. I've been trying that, but people are really stubborn, stupid. You know, they just don't want to be woken up because it busts their bubble. And you try to alert people. I mean, I can give you all the information in the world, but it doesn't do any good unless you act on it. And people will not act until it affects them directly. By the time it affects you directly, it'll be too late. Only certain people have the ability to feed into things. They see things before they happen. They understand premonition. They understand hindsight.
I believe that's the same concept with the tyranny. You know, like how long ago was it that people were like, will gun lovers just get over it? They're not trying to take your guns. But look at us today. You know, or all the people, for lack of a better term, bootlickers. You know,
somebody's always trying to take your gun.
Right. Well, take it for the people that are against the activist movement, or this community where people are exercising and pushing their rights right to the letter, you know, right to the line.
I don't know anybody like that.
But you take that into consideration, and people are so bent out of shape over it, and they're saying, well, don't do that. You know, you're harassing this, or you're doing that, or you're doing this.
Yeah, it's like DDT.
What happens when someone that is like that, and then tyranny takes its full effect?
DDT is a perfect example of that.
Prime example.
His idea of reality is as low caliber. Well, it's as low caliber as the bankers want people to be. That's unfortunate that you can't see the trees through the forest.
Well, the people like that are going to wake up one day and go, "Fuck!
It's too late."
I should have kept my mouth shut and just.
Well, he could have opened his mouth differently.
Standing up for what they believe in, because.
Well, yeah, but if what you believe in is so obscure from the truth, it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to see that. You know, when you open your mouth and all you can do is vomit out a bunch of idiocracy, nobody's going to celebrate that.
Just look at history, you know. Anytime the governments come in to take the guns, they usually took the people shortly after.
Every time.
Every time. Like, all the dictators, all the main dictators, Hitler did it.
Well, you know, the person that's usually the nicest to you is the one you got to watch out for.
False hope.
You know, you've always got. Well, yeah, it's like you're not going to tell people what they want to hear so you don't piss them off while you're pulling crap behind the curtains.
You're going to reverse psychology.
Well, if you just understand, I don't need anybody to do anything for me. You're not doing me any favors by costing me time and labor and money. I only have a certain amount of time to be here, and you seem to be the only one benefiting from it. You're not helping me. I don't need you. You're fired. Donald Trump, you're fired. Judge Rudolph, you're fired. I don't need you. I don't want you. I didn't employ you. You've proved to be a failure at whatever you're doing, and it's only for your gain. Nobody stands to benefit from it but you. The American people are not benefiting. The Canadian people are not benefiting. Everybody's being ripped off. And if you can't see that, I'm sorry that your eyes are wide shut.
Yeah.
Close your mouth, open your ears, open your mind, pay attention. Do a little research. Don't debate everything that comes out of somebody's mouth.
they're so stuck in their ways that they're too damn fucking lazy to just stop and think about it.
Well, you
Is it
can't
a
find the
possibility?
things that I found. You're not going to find them. If I
Yes.
don't show them to you, you won't find them. And by the time you comprehend what you're looking at, you may not have the mental capacity to understand it. So you don't even have the choice of analyzing something with an informed decision because you're not even capable of it. You can look at something and, you don't know what you're looking at. You won't understand the words. You won't understand the signs. You can't read the body language, whatever's going on. I've done a lot of stuff looking into the child porn, looking into the Benghazi for Flight 370, 9/11. I've done a lot of stuff. The software on the computers, the NSA, CIA firmware. I've done a lot of stuff over the years, and I'm tired. I just want to tell people what they need to look out for, and if they want to fix it, here's the answer. I don't have time to show you everything. I've been doing this over 20 years. And I can't show you in 5 minutes 20 years of research, 20 years of proof. I can give you bits and pieces.
It's dangerous to give somebody that much truth all at once, too. I've seen people lose.
Well, yeah, it doesn't benefit either one of us for me to try to regurgitate something that you're not going to comprehend or accept. If I make myself trustworthy and only prove to be that person, maybe you'll just believe me. But you don't have to debate everything that crosses my tongue, everything that crosses your ears. It's not always open for discussion. If you want to research it, do it on your own time. I welcome you to do all that time wasting of your own because I've already done it for you. Or I wouldn't be out here broadcasting it. There's so much going on in this world that's the root of all evil. I've put all the dots in line for anybody that wants to pick apart anything I say. I welcome you to prove me wrong. I'd love to be wrong. I hate being right. Because every time I'm right, it's expensive. It costs lives. I mean, it's not nice. I don't like being right. I'd love to be wrong. I just don't know how to be. Right now, I'm doing the same thing Eric Brandt is, fighting a damn corrupt judicial system. I talk about all that stuff in the channels, and then I go out in real life and I have to prove what I talk about. And right now, I'm fighting a corrupt judge that didn't allow me to even know what my proof of my charges were. I can't give you an informed decision on something if I don't know what you're charging me with. You can tell me what's on paper, but what's the burden of proof? What is your proof that I even committed a crime? And I can't even get the burden of proof before she enters a plea for me. And I don't even know what the plea was because she was practicing law from the bench because I got a jury trial coming up in February. And I don't even know what for.
Isn't it strange how that happens?
Well, somebody knocks on your door and they give you a ticket for something that they say somebody else said you did.
A citizen gets arrested, charged, and sits in jail, but a cop gets arrested and charged for an even seriouser crime. And now let's just all take our time, innocent until proven guilty, etc., etc.
Well, you don't have the benefit of the doubt if you don't work for them.
Well, yeah.
That goes to prove whose side who's on. You're nothing but a cash cow. You ain't nothing but a number. And that's how they fill their pockets. They don't get $200,000 a year by not arresting you, by not trying to trick you into being guilty. I mean, if you want to tell me that I have to go to court and I want to go sue Juris and you want me to go pro se, the only difference is both represent me. The only difference is the language they use. They use Latin, pro se, to confuse me. So I can't defend myself properly because they want to pull bullshit on me. And I'm not allowed to have an informed decision to know what they're going to be talking Latin about. So how do I defend myself against something like that? That's tyrannical. That's crooked. You don't have a jury before I even know what the burden of proof is. But she entered it in there for me, and that's practicing law from the bench. She can't be my attorney and the judge. That's interest conflict.
Sanity.
So I'm trying to figure out how to approach this situation because I was telling people if you do this and you do that, I never signed anything. I put without prejudice on paperwork. It wasn't paperwork, it was digital. I just signed without prejudice. That means I give up no rights. But I never put my name on nothing. I never gave the cop any ID when he came to my property. I never gave him permission to search anything, and they showed no warrant. So I'm...
Fourth Amendment violation.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're on private property and you're searching my property, investigating an accident supposedly somebody said I had while I'm home in bed. I mean, if I'm in bed, I can understand getting a ticket for following too close. Because I kind of, you get me there, I'm going to be doing something.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I get a ticket in bed for following too close, driving without insurance and driving without a license. But I don't drive.
Sounds like a facial recognition software glitched.
No, it sounds like somebody had a way to make money off of somebody by extorting them into court. You get me into the courtroom, and then I have to defend myself, but I don't talk to cops. So how did I go from not talking to cops to ending up in a courtroom on a jury trial? Jury trial for what? Hearsay?
There's no proof at all?
Somebody said I did something, and I say I did not, and I have witness that says I did not, and I'm still in a jury trial.
Sounds like Canada.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm dealing with the same crap that Eric Brandt is. You can't
Canada,
just make
if
bullshit.
you hurt somebody's feelings, you go to jail for it.
Maybe you guys need some more diapers.
Yeah, I'd say.
You get a little bit of butt hurt there, and we're going to penalize you. You guys need to slap the shit out of somebody.
The trouble is that we haven't had the freedom that other countries have had. Like our freedom level is like low.
You start grabbing a motherfucker by the neck and stomping him asshole in the ground, you're going to fucking wake some people up. Sounds like that's what needs to happen anymore.
Nowadays, they've upped the classification of a common assault to a federal crime.
What's federal?
2 years plus a day.
I mean, what's federal?
2
The
years
people?
plus a day.
Federal is the people here.
Well, here, if
it's federal, it's of the people.
Here, if you commit a crime, or a crime that they call a crime, of the nature of common assault is a federal crime now. Any type of
if talking ain't working, sometimes you got to feel. If the First Amendment don't work, sometimes you got to resort to the Second.
That's for the states, but we don't have that.
Well, you still got fists.
Yeah.
If somebody's ears can't hear you, you may have to make them listen another way. You might just have to get pissed off enough to make a difference.
people going to jail at the end of it.
Well, if everybody's in jail, what the hell's the difference? Then you'll all still be
Jail.
on the free side, right? Still be together. Won't be missing a damn thing.
I don't know. It's weird. Like if you misgender someone by an accident, like in Canada, I can be a boy today and a girl tomorrow, and I could have you address me as a boy today, and if I didn't tell you to address me as a girl tomorrow and you address me as a boy,
You
that's
guys
hate
are
speech.
tolerant.
I wouldn't say tolerant.
You guys are
Fucking
tolerant
country is
slaves.
brainwashed. Right? Just there's so many butthurt people that don't know what freedom is
Well,
because we don't have it. You
you
know,
guys are tolerant slaves.
they legalize marijuana to better things and to save
You'll
people
never
from
see
going
a
to jail.
dime of that money.
But here's the trickery and the fuckery. Now that since it's been legalized, we've lost rights. So now a
Yeah.
cop can just pull you over and do a sobriety test and do a drug test on you for no reason, just because he wants to.
Amazing you can't do that here in America.
We're losing freedoms every day. But the United States is going to that.
And you understand we are the last ones to make a difference.
Right.
And Australia, Japan, any other country you go to, we're the last ones that can make a difference. And we got to get this right. And we don't have to get it right just for us. We have to get it right for the rest of the world.
Our kids and grandchildren as well.
That's right. So what are the chances of us not screwing this up?
Yeah.
I don't know. I got a lot of resistance on my end.
It's troubling. I filed a complaint on a cop once, and it turned into me doing almost a year and a half of my life in jail and getting about $8,000 in fines and getting property seized and getting violated more times than I can count.
I would have just opted for the oral sex and been done with it. You
Well,
could have just licked his boots and probably never had to deal with none of it.
I've never been that type of person. I'll never bow down to anybody.
You got to comply.
Not me.
I'm kind of a
I grew up
rebel.
in hell, so I mean, I've been resistant my whole life.
Well, if you're going to give me an option to do something and you're not going to stick by it, the problem's not mine. The problem's yours, because I'll hold you to it. And that'll be to the full extent that I want.
Fucking crazy, man. You get caught with a handgun in Canada, you'll do 5 years just for the burner, and then another year per grain.
Well, maybe you can catch the bullets first.
That's happened numerous times. And
well, I'll give you those.
Always ends in like if one person gets fed up and has enough and shoots at a cop because he's being violated or because they're violating him or her, then they wind up gunning that guy down or girl. They die,
Well, of course.
and then their family gets investigated. Search warrants happen. They seize all types of computers, digital devices. They seize everything. You're not even allowed to go back inside your house for as long as the investigation takes. Like there's still an investigation on a situation like that that's lasted for the last 6 years, and the person lost their house. It went to foreclosure. They lost their house. They lost their cars, their vehicles, their businesses, all their tools, all of their family photos because all of their anything that they hold dear because when they couldn't pay for anything and they lost everything, the banks went in and repossessed and got these weird fucking open house sales, which was strange because the family couldn't go in and gather up anything, but the bankers can hold an open house auction. It didn't make any sense, and it still doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'd give them everything I had.
I'd rather die.
Well, I'd give them that last, but I'd give them everything I had.
I'd make them work for it.
Well, if they lived through it, I don't think they could stand the labor I'd put them through. It'd be hard just to pump air in a hospital.
It's crazy how this country works. I mean, it's like they don't need warrants to come in your home and like if all they got to do is say that they received a 911 call hang up, and it's law that they have to come in and search your house to make sure that nobody's there to hurt you.
Gosh, I hope they get the right house.
Well, I mean, it's kind of pathetic, you know, and that's not even the only thing. You have free speech, you know. We have freedom of expression. We have freedom of religion. We have it in our Charter of Rights. But everything that's in our Charter of Rights, there's a law that prevents it. You know, it's like your Constitution that you guys have. You guys have this Constitution that has fail-safes and fail-safes. Now imagine laws that void all of your Constitution.
Why do you put up with it?
I don't. That's kind of why things are the way they are for me. But other people do because they just, whatever, you know.
Well, I guess that's what I mean. Why do you as a group of people put up with it? Nobody has the power to do business on top of you.
I don't know why they do, but I don't. That's
all it is business. From a
someone
banker's
comes at
point
me
of view.
respectful, I'll come at them respectful. But if someone comes at me sideways, you best believe I'm going to come at you 10 ways from Sunday sideways. You know, you get what you give. You know, if people treat me with respect and don't fuck with me, or something I care about, or violate someone that didn't do anything to be violated, then I mean, we're fine. But as soon as you do that, it then crosses a boundary, and I have no other choice but to call out stupid. And by the end of it, I wind up fucking putting another person in the hospital and taking another fucking charge over it.
Yes.
And because I got a criminal record, you know, it's very hard because you're automatically fucking guilty. They bring up all your past charges, all your past violence, all your past whatever, and throw that in your face, and you don't get a chance to defend it, but they get a chance to bury you with it.
Yep. Like John Wayne said, "Well, fuck you, Pilgrim."
Pathetic how it is, but the United States is getting to be that way, you know, and that's sad because one of the things that I have adored and I have loved and I've felt so passionate about the United States is that the freedoms, you know, the land of the free, the home of the brave, and it's turning into the land of the free and the home of the slave. And
I don't know.
And that's sad, like incredibly sad. And all these politicians saying, well, you don't need this gun for duck hunting. And you don't need this gun for this. Well, I don't know
need
if
any gun.
Read the Constitution, but or know how the Constitution came about.
I don't need a politician telling me what gun I need.
When you take a look at it and read it back, the Second Amendment is not there for hunting. It's there for the people to stand up against a tyrannical government.
Why the hell would I need a tank for fishing?
I don't know. I once fished with a 9mm once.
Well, I might be fishing for bankers or something, I guess, but make another hole. I think there's one over there. You know, it's however you want to look at stuff. You're free to look at stuff however you want to. Anything that crosses your mind. If they're going to charge you for it for crossing your tongue, then you're not free. You ought to be able to talk freely, you know, as long as you're not putting the fear of God into somebody that they're not going to be alive tomorrow, unless they're putting the fear into you that if you say something wrong, you may not be able to, you know, have your life tomorrow. That's the same thing. Why is it okay for them to do to you? How you
I
look
don't
at things.
think it is.
Well, that's how it is.
I think we're all people and we should all be treated as human.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
somebody's doing business over the top of you, telling you what the fuck you can do, what you can't do.
which
You
isn't
don't
right.
need somebody to make those decisions for you. That's not freedom. That's not planned society. That's called we're going to corral you, we're going to cage you, and we're going to confine you to the point where you're going to fight each other, or we're going to get rid of you one by one, and then we don't have to pay you reimbursement after you figure out how to screw us back. Because we already have. We've already figured out how to screw the bankers back. That's why they want to get rid of everybody. That's why they want to get rid of the guns. Because we already know what they're up to. And they can play all the crap on TV. They can put all the facade they want into one person who represents this and that. It's just a game. People don't realize it's left wing or right wing. I don't care what kind of bird it is. All the feathers are mostly on the outside.
People aren't open to civil discussion anymore either. If your ideals don't coincide with what they believe in, then you're automatically the enemy. They're not open for that conversation, that
I look at
dialogue.
it. I look at it as if I'm in a foxhole with you or Hillary Clinton. I know that bitch shoot me in the back of the head twice while I'm committing suicide.
Shit is fun. That's awesome. Just to
You,
get the
I probably
credit.
don't have to worry about.
No, I don't. I don't fuck with anybody unless they give me reason to.
And if I'm hungry, you might offer me something to eat. You ain't gonna slit my throat and drink my blood.
God no. You gotta help your fellow human. Your
That's not
fellow.
what they're after. Once you realize how evil this world is, you're gonna have to get a little bit evil yourself. You know, and I don't want my kids to have to do that. I'm trying to be the nicest asshole that I can possibly be at this point. Once I get past this point, I won't be the nicest asshole you've ever seen.
Gets reverted or diverted. Passive aggressive to aggressive.
Well, I'm doing what's necessary to make a difference. But
But we all have
it,
a breaking point, right? Like
well, I
if I
mean, I'm
came
only
in
going to
front of you and
tolerate.
poke your chest and poke your chest
I
and
don't
poke
give a
your chest
shit
and
who
poke
you
your
are.
chest,
How far are you going to knock
everybody's
me
gonna
down
break.
before I get back up?
Right.
I don't need a gun to defend me. You know what I'm saying? I don't need somebody else to protect me. I can take care of myself. I don't need a weapon of mass destruction. I don't need anything. What I want is to be left the fuck alone like I leave you alone. I don't go to your fucking house and pull money out of your wallet. You don't need to come to mine and do the same thing, you know? That's a bunch of bullshit. Everybody's making money except for me, and I do the work. And I'm tired of doing the work so you can sit there and be happy and think of ways to get more money out of my pocket when you haven't done anything for the money I've given you so far, except tell me how busily you've been using it and you need to increase the fucking amount that you're getting because you're going to do so much more with the rest of it. Quit silver tongue lying to me. I don't fucking dig that shit. I know where I'm at in life. You ain't
But
going to pull the wool over my
so,
eyes. I'm not a
there's
sheep
so many
herder.
people that don't pay attention to those facts. You know, they think, well, I have my house and I have my family and I have everything that I have now.
You have what the philosophy is, if you ain't smart enough to keep somebody from taking it away from you, then you deserve to lose it. That's exactly how they
Right.
think. And that's why they put people out on the street and they don't have any remorse over it. They could give a shit less. And then you're so broke and poor and down and out. Either you're in a mental institution or 6 feet under a bridge. You know, they're going to take care of you. Hop in this van and we'll give you a ride to somewhere and never to be seen again. The hell are you, a hamburger over there at McDonald's? Where's all the homeless? They didn't house them. They ain't feeding them.
They made it illegal.
Well, if you're homeless and you're getting allocated trillions of dollars over the course of 100 years and not a fucking dime of that money has been seen by any of the homeless, what the fuck is going on, man? It doesn't take anybody with any amount of smarts to understand that. You don't give $400 million to 60 different business entities of the same government and say you're helping the homeless, because they're not there. It's empty. There's nobody living there. There's nobody staying there. The streets used to be lined with homeless. Now there's so many that you see, and you never see the same ones once they're gone. I never see them again. Never see the same ones twice. I'll see regular people
Have
that
you
are
heard
homeless.
of, mostly in the States right now, have you heard of where the homeless are being picked up by law enforcement and not seen again?
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking
Just the
about.
fuck appeared. And
You know, if
a
you look
news
at the
station slipped. They slipped hard because they asked why this homeless guy and his dog were outside and he
because
wasn't
they were
inside.
shooting them.
They were eating them. They
They
were
were
killing them.
they were shooting
a
them.
slaughterhouse.
He said, I ain't going in there. They were shooting people.
Right.
And if you look on the news, they had a list of missing people from the flood in Houston, but you don't see any recovered. You don't see any found. You don't see any of the people on the list that were reported missing recovered.
Wasn't it found out in New Orleans hurricane or no? Yes. Am I right? In the
Houston.
the bayous or whatever, where they had that massive flood.
Well, they
Uh,
had Hurricane Katrina,
where's the one? The
Houston.
big. Uh, there was
Houston
there,
had
but
the big
there.
flood, and the Walmart trucks came to haul the people off, and nobody ever seen them again.
Where? Fuck.
That was Houston.
Yeah,
They
but there was
had,
another one.
yeah, they had Florida, they had
No,
Louisiana.
Louisiana, I think it was.
Yeah, the levees break.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
it wasn't it in that one there that law enforcement were shooting people and just leaving
yeah,
them right there, and they were saying that people drowned, but when people were looking at the body and the videos that came out, there was actual bullet holes in them.
yeah. I think that was in Houston as well. I mean, they ruptured the dam at 2 o'clock in the morning to help flood the place. They broke the dam while everybody was asleep, and it flooded all them people out, and it washed their bodies out to sea. They died in the flood sleeping, and then they broke the dam to wash the bodies out to sea.
And going door to door to take people's weapons.
And they wouldn't let people in there to help save lives.
But there was a militia that went in there, if you remember correctly.
I do.
And God bless them, because the law
Yeah,
enforcement and
but
the military personnel were trying to take their weapons and shit, and they were like, nope, no way, no how. We cherish the Second Amendment.
you
and
can
we're going
take
to use
my
it.
gun, but you see that guy over there you can't see?
He's going to take your gun.
Watch and see how far that laser can hit you from. So I know 15,000 meters is a long ways.
right wind conditions and the right grain, right scope, you can
Well, you can
do some
make
damage.
light. You can make light burn a hole in you.
They got those lasers now. It melts right through aluminum and steel and iron. It's insane.
Well, I could hit you from 15 miles with a laser, easy. I could knock your retina clear off your eyeball. You'd never see another thing the rest of your life.
What's the name of that laser?
Well,
I don't
that's
remember what
that's
the
the
fuck it's called.
talking about the Tesla death ray.
Yeah, something like that.
That's a maser. It's like a
Whatever,
microwave laser.
whatever it is, somebody did an experimental video on it,
It's like a
and
Yagi pulse generator.
yeah, well, it cut through steel.
Sure. Ignites
Like,
thermite.
and if you drop a scarf over top of it, the scarf gets cut in half.
You can do that with a tattoo removal laser.
Powerful shit.
It's just the frequency of light, the intensity, the flash is so powerful. You can make a laser out of a tea bag and some tinfoil. But if you really want to make a laser, you need some sand. Take some dirt and make a laser. Make light that burns through stuff.
Like a magnifying glass.
Like a laser. Lasers don't fuck around.
When I envision that, I envision like, remember when you were kids and you used to see the kids on the playground with the magnifying glass and they'd burn the ants.
You put a laser on a mirror that spins. You can point that mirror any direction you want, hundreds of times a second. You can hit people right in the eyeballs with it and they'll never see what they're looking for. So, I mean, there's so many things that people are worried about with guns and stuff. What about sunlight? I mean, you can focus sunlight and fry people. They would just disintegrate. You can melt diamonds with sunlight.
When you concentrate it.
Yeah, you just give it a couple extra waves, run it through one of these projection TV screens. It'll just burn wood or anything instantly. You can't put your hand in front of it without catching on fire. I mean, there's so many different things that are out there. Even if you had a wheel, you just spin a wheel at 30,000 RPM like a roulette wheel and drop something in the middle of that sucker and see what happens when it comes out of there. It'll come out of there faster than any gun can shoot.
Like those football or tennis.
Well, you know, put a spiral. A spiral.
Yeah, they got like a container full of balls, and it hits the two rubber wheels, and it just goes and shoots.
Well, even better than that, if you spin a piece of metal like a plate, and it has a spiral inside, and you drop a ball bearing in the middle of that spiral, by the time it goes through that spiral and comes out the other end, it'd be going twice as fast as a 30-06. You're talking 8,000 feet per second. That's a mile and a half a second.
We got pellet guns here in Canada that shoot 390 feet per second.
I got one that shoots 1,200.
What we did with them was we took the airsoft containers and cut the bottom off and fandangled and welded a joiner to it so that you stick that into its slot, you put your clamp back down, put your backing back on, and at the bottom of it, if you set that to air compressor, it it'll pierce brick.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking intense. And we were just screwing around at the hunt camp, just fucking around with it, seeing what we could do with it. And holy fuck, man, you hook that compressor to it, an old DeWalt fucking compressor, and it shot that fucking it shot those pellets out faster than anything.
You know
Shot right
what's
through
even
a 2 by
worse?
4
You know what's worse than that?
Morning, metalhead.
I don't.
No, I don't know what's worse.
Take a air pellet gun and put an arrow over the top of the barrel.
Say that again, sorry.
Put an arrow over the top of the barrel.
What do you?
Take the knock off the end hollow.
Okay.
Put the arrow over the barrel. Because it can't go in the barrel, you go over the barrel. And when you fire that, you're talking, nothing really stops it. You know, you can't use a bulletproof vest because it's like a knife, it'll just cut right through it.
An arrow.
Yeah. There's a guy in Germany, because Germany has very strict gun laws. And he's like the king of inventions. You see if
MacGyver.
oh, he's he's pretty right on the watch. He comes up with some pretty cool stuff. Let me see here.
My buddy made a single shooter out of a lighter and a wick, or not a wick, a flint. I'm not sure how the fuck he did it, but he made a one shooter out of it somehow.
They have this stuff called acetylene.
Like a acetylene torch.
Yeah, you just take a bag of that, a bag of oxygen.
And combine the compounds together.
No, you just shoot it with a tracer. Let them mix themselves.
Okay.
It'll destroy anything. I mean, when you think about what they're worried about here, it's baby stuff. I mean, it's nothing. Doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to stop people from being able to protect themselves unless you're planning on attacking them?
At least that's how history's done it. They took the guns first.
I'm too stupid. I'm stubborn stupid.
You don't sound stupid.
I guess they think I am.
You're
Well, let's
society's
see.
version of stupid, but reality is a different story.
I'll give you something here. Almost got it. I was looking at some of his other stuff. The one I want to give you, I don't know if it's exactly this one. Oh, nope. All right, I'll give you this one here. I'll give you a link.
Okay.
And at least this guy will get you in the ballpark.
I'll save the link and watch it later.
Let's see. Gotta find you again. I'm tired.
Have you slept yet?
Not today. Well, I took a little nap.
Cat nap.
I leaned to the side a little. There you go. I'll put it over here in the YouTube, just in case. But that guy, Yorgi or something like that, George Sprave.
People are crazy smart,
Uh,
but they're being dumbed down.
well, you're only supposed to be controllable to a point.
I think that with everything that's going on and everybody that's waking up, I think that's why they're aiming to take more freedom because they feel that they have to assert their power to knock the people
Well,
down a peg.
you can't be taking their livelihood away. Shoot, you wouldn't be much of a slave.
Yeah.
They like money for nothing. Some people have to work for that stuff. You can just steal it from somebody else and hey, their job's done. I gotta find that right one, man. That was, when I first seen that, I was like, no way. Usually I get a red line. There we go. Now we're getting close.
I wonder if Metalhead left.
Hmm.
Hell, I wonder if OG passed out.
Oh, he's probably lurking.
Probably drooling on himself.
That's not such a bad idea. Better if you can get somebody else to do it for you. Let's see. That's the tattoo gun I was talking about.
Machine.
1,000,000-watt laser.
And it's not a tattoo machine, it's a tattoo remover.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess it would tattoo you too if you wanted.
Anyone I've seen with tattoos that have been removed, they wind up with a scar that looks worse than the tattoo.
Ah. This guy. Oh, it's a dangerous story, I can assure you. Yeah.
So how do you think the Virginia stuff is going to play out?
I think they need to watch their step over there and quit thinking their mouths can outride people's anger.
Well, they've already signed off on the UN troops coming in and roadblocks and door-to-door confiscation, and they're hiring what do you call it, reintegration people like FEMA camp people, and what else? They just ordered 2 million rounds of ammunition.
That's
Uh,
old news.
no, they just ordered it.
That's fine. We got plenty.
They just ordered and did a whole bunch of shit that
We
just
got
does
a,
not make any
we
sense.
got bulldozers. We can bury the bodies.
See their coffins?
Yeah, they're gonna need more than that. I don't think I can. I'll probably fill them up in a week.
It's insanity how nobody's asking these questions. Why is any government ordering guillotines and millions of rounds of ammunition.
Well, they were just planning to get rid of themselves, and they didn't want us to have to work too hard because they've already put us out.
A lot of stuff society doesn't even know. Like people are just too blind to pay attention to. If something big is coming, and who's going to get the upper hand, I don't know. But
Well, it ain't going to end without some bloodshed. I mean, the blood of freedom is usually the tyrants.
what is it that one of the founding fathers said? They said every so often you have to water the tree of liberty with the blood of tyrants.
Well, yeah. What you said.
It's something like that. I can't remember the exact quote, but they knew that this day was coming. That's why they put "shall not be infringed." I don't get what people don't get about that. Shall not be infringed. I mean, it's pretty simple when you think about it. Infringement is anything that prevents or stops or hinders it, and shall not is don't do it.
Sometimes, well, if you're referring to Thomas Jefferson, he said the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants.
Yes, that's it.
Something like that. I don't mind making people leak if it's to make sure my kid's safe.
I don't mind killing or dying for freedom.
I do. I mean, I wouldn't think that somebody would be so stubborn that I would have to kill them before they would listen.
Sic semper tyrannis, my friends. What does that say? Sic. Oh, semper.
Simplify?
No, it's in the chat. It's SIC space SEMPER space TYRANNIS comma my friends. Welcome, Felix Popa. I'm not sure.
I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
Semper? It's in the YouTube chat.
Live?
Yeah, the live chat. It should pop up on the
Says Metalhead.
StreamYard's chat soon.
In YouTube?
Yeah, it's in YouTube now, but it will pop up on the StreamYard's chat on the side. It's just the StreamYard's chat is slower than the live feed.
Let's see. I see mine posting a link.
Semper Tyrannus.
I see OG Hesperia.
I think it's Spanish.
Hesperia. It says adios.
Yeah, no, that was a while ago.
I don't see anything new.
There, it should have popped up right now in StreamYard chat.
Sic semper tyrannis.
Thus always to tyrants, state motto of Virginia.
Thus always to tyrants.
State motto of Virginia.
Sound like a bunch of patriots.
It's strange how it's beginning where it ended the last time.
With the blood of tyrants?
That and its location.
Virginia?
Yep.
Well, you got to start at one end and work to the other, I guess.
like the whole circle just circled around and repeated history, or starting to repeat history rather. It's sad. I feel bad for them because with all of the stuff that they're planning, it's just going to be good people that are going to suffer for nothing.
Means
What's it mean?
get your foot off my. Hold on here. 6 Semper Tyrannis actually means get your foot off my. Come on.
My neck?
Not sure. I haven't got that far.
Pull off
Praise.
my
It's a cry
freedom?
against abuse of power.
Get your foot off my.
Get your foot off my neck.
That's what I thought. Stop holding me down, kind of thing.
I was saying something about a spear in the prostate. Feel a sharp pounding sensation in your colon. That could be me. I am Native American.
That's crazy. I like that. You think the people will hold up to this test of liberty?
You don't want to fuck with an American.
I can agree with that. Most Americans are very.
All the Americans that I know, they can shoot straighter than me. They can run faster. They can hit harder. But I don't have anything to fear myself. But I ain't going to sit back and watch. I just think it's unfortunate that another country thinks they're going to come over here and force us to do something that we try to do democratically. But somebody else can't understand politics, I guess. You play their game by their rules, and then they get mad and change them. It's all right, I guess. Whatever happens, happens. But I think anybody's got a problem with us, they just need to sit down and have some lunch first, and we'll talk about it.
Strategize.
Well, when we get all of the rest of our army over here, then we can go after the people that are causing the problem. You can send troops over here. We don't care. We'll feed them. Been feeding the bankers forever for nothing.
It's sad, but history's going to repeat itself. I can feel it.
I'm not afraid to die for my kids' freedom.
Me neither, but it just seems also.
Don't plan on it. I'll make you earn it.
Like an instigated tyranny, you know?
Well, if somebody's going to attack you on your own damn soil,
Defend it.
we don't have a military that's going to defend us, do we?
You should. I mean,
Foreign and domestic.
Yeah.
But they're not allowed to act on American soil. Figure that one out.
Then why do they?
They're not.
But they do.
What are you talking about?
The military comes in for riots. They come in
No,
for,
that's the reserves.
but it's also the military.
No, that's not a
That's
branch
the
of our
whole.
military.
It is, because that's why that one Marine uh, left the Marine Corps, because he wasn't down with the way that they were talking about shooting their own people. Just after
Yeah.
September, just after, like a little bit after September, like a little bit later, the military was
Well, you'll
patrolling the
have
streets.
the way they try to pull bullshit is they'll bring like a bunch of Chinese or Germans or Russians, and they'll bring somebody like that over to try to, because then they'll say, well, you need to fuck them Americans up because they're over here trying to start a war with Iran.
But I
And,
don't think
and
that
it's
they
just
started that.
politics.
I don't think that they started that war. They foiled a plot for.
You sure? Were you
Well,
there?
I wasn't there, but that's the documents that were passed on.
But you were there and saw all these.
Obviously, I wasn't fucking there. I'm not even in the
I mean, they always got documents, right? But they're always redacted except for the ones they want you to see, right? If you're trying to find something out, everything's pitch black. But if they want you to know something, like when they fuck up, when they kill somebody on the streets, all of a sudden you know that guy's history. He was a drug addict. How many kids he had. How many felonies. But if it's something that they did, everything's redacted.
I don't know. Shortly before this happened, the general dude was on. It's not a normal news station, but he made a threat to the United States, and then someone said that they had a list, and then not long after.
Was it a conditional statement?
I don't know. I didn't
If
pay
you
that
don't
close
stop
attention to
killing
it.
my people, we will retaliate.
No, it had something to do with a trade agreement.
Oh.
Something
So
to do with.
now they don't want to pick up the toys.
Well, from what I could gather, it had to do with they were pissed off because Donald Trump was stating that he didn't want the American people paying as much money as they were in tariffs or whatever you call it, sanctions or whatever the hell, and he wanted to get it for. He wanted them to pay them more money, and he said no, I'm not doing that. And then I don't know if it was a conditional threat or what kind of it was done, but it was basically like a warning of some sort. And then I don't know, information got leaked out that there was seven attacks that were planned, and then he foiled the attacks. But now the United States is on even higher alert because of retaliation. So it I don't know. I mean, who's right, who's wrong?
Well,
It's hard to tell anymore.
people underestimate Iran. They're very intelligent. They're smarter than us. They have better industry. A lot of electronics and stuff come out of there people aren't aware of. And they're tenacious. They're like an auditor. You sick them on somebody and they'll go after you like a pit bull. But you can tell them to do something and they'll do it for Allah. They'll do something because somebody told them to, and they'll do it unconditionally, which is stupid because then they're just playing the people. I say if two countries have a problem, whoever's running the damn country, give them a stick and let them go at it.
I'm for defending. You know, you want to defend your country, you want to defend yourself, you want to defend your family, you want to defend your land, you want to defend a good cause, you want to defend something that is right and
Yeah, but
justified.
I don't like how
But
we
I
don't.
don't agree with senseless killing, which that's what war brings. You know,
Well,
innocent
somebody
people
has to
die
throw
all
the
the
first
time.
stone. Somebody has to throw the first stone.
Then you find out that someone lives in a glass house. Somebody always suffers.
Well, you might want to be careful whose door you knock on, too.
Right. Sometimes when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
That's right. Sand hurts when it moves faster than the speed of sound.
Shit could escalate quickly that way.
Yeah, that was the idea.
I don't feel like it's going to end well.
Well, not for some. But it'll get the population down to where they're going to need some labor force.
Population control.
You'll work one way or another. They'll make you work one way or another. It'll be out of necessity or because you have to.
What's your take on people saying that they might bring back drafting?
For what? Nobody does anything. America
I
ain't
mean,
got no damn soldiers. If they have any good soldiers, they have an accidental plane crash on the way home from war. Oh, there goes all the Green Berets. Oh, there goes all the SEALs.
the whole team that apparently
Yeah, they
killed
save the
Obama.
universe and then they get on a plane to come home and the whole fucking thing burns up and crashes. In a, it was a,
Freak accident.
yeah, just a military practice.
Training exercise.
Yeah, just always seems to be something special like that.
It's really sad how that goes. I
You ever
mean,
notice everybody
if
comes back from the military fucked up?
right.
I wonder why that is.
Well, if you look at the homeless population, a good percentage of them are veterans, people that served the country and fought for something that they believed in, and they get treated like they're fucking ticks on a fucking dog's balls.
Well, they can't be giving that free money out to them guys.
But it's not free money.
People was shooting at them, they didn't take a hint and die.
I don't know. Some people are saying that whether or not it's true or not, I don't know. But they're saying that they might bring drafting in to draft in citizens to go right on the front lines, so they're the first ones that get sacrificed. I say sacrifice very heavily.
We don't sacrifice people.
It's been happening since the beginning of time. One man is always fighting another corporation man's
We don't
fight.
sacrifice people. We fight together.
I'm talking about a more higher entity that sacrifices the people.
There is no higher entity than man.
In reality, or
Besides God.
in society, it's different now.
No, you have business bankers that are trying to cause conflict to let you kill each other off so they don't have to pay you. When you become a burden to them, they don't like it. When they're a burden to you, it's called business.
Wouldn't that be a sacrifice, though? You're sacrificing someone for your own benefit?
Well, you got to understand who's doing it. the bankers.
Well,
It's all about money.
I don't think it 100% matters who's sacrificing anybody. I think what really matters is if there's someone out there that believes that someone else's life is less than what theirs are.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people out there like that.
When was the last time you seen a politician or a president or any type of congressperson pick up a piece of machinery and go out there and fight on the front lines? When is the last time that actually happened?
Well,
I
I
mean, they
said
have
you
no
need
problem
to.
starting it.
I said if you got two countries that have a conflict, you need to give them, whoever's running the country, a stick and let them go at it.
Something.
Because we don't have a problem with anybody else. American people don't have a problem with anybody else. Ever. It's all about politicians and people running government and greed and money. They create conflict where there is none for their own agenda.
In deception, misleading people.
Look at the Afghan war. Well, that one's getting old. We got to get a new one. This is going to be biblical. Ooh.
Aren't they all though?
Of course they are. You got to follow the script, man. This is Hollywood.
Too much sacrificing and lives being lost for someone else's issues.
Yeah, as long as somebody else is fighting, you don't have to fight.
And I mean, it's always innocent people that take the backlash for it.
Yeah, it's always the dead hero that everybody talks about.
Well, I mean, not in that sense. I mean, like every country that's been invaded, there's been more innocence that has suffered than there has guilty.
You look at the Korean War my dad was in. Those look like the dumbest people that ever walked the face of the earth. Why? Because they just wanted to get rid of them. They want a different society of people for the mission that they have for the future.
Wasn't that the one where they went and rounded up every single person of that nationality and put them in like FEMA camps?
Well, that was World War II.
Because they didn't know if they would be sleeper agents or not. Or who their legion was to, rather.
Well, nobody ever won the Korean War. They just fought, and Monsanto made Agent Orange. Everybody got poisoned. If the war didn't kill you, the chemicals would.
That's like
It's
the
just,
war where
it's just
they went and
population.
invaded over
You
fucking.
get a group of society of people that don't want to be productive, government fails. Government's too powerful as it is. We need to get rid of about 90% of it. We need to get rid of 100% of the government that we got and start over. And just vote in the people that we want, that we trust. You can't have a group of people who are pedophiles and thieves and crooks stealing from everybody, and they've got the power to make the people submit. You can't have a mafia running around running things.
One of the largest child trafficking organizations is Child Protective Services.
Yeah, and adult protective services.
That too. Like
Absolutely.
there's more children that get sexually molested and lost in the system and never seen again. And I say that in a very strange light because I mean how the fuck do you lose a child?
800,000 people in the United States a year.
Right. And where the hell do they all go?
Pig farms.
Hey, it's there's there's been documents that have been hacked and released and whatnot, and then there's been whistleblowers and all the shit that come forward, and it's like they're not looking at the common sense factor. If there's this many people that have come forward and said something and
Nope.
spoke out, why are they not doing an even larger scale investigation into it to stop it? Because as it stands right now, they're like, well, kids are the most important. They're our precious. Well, if they're your most important and they're your most
No,
precious,
they
then
got
why
to
don't you
get
start
high. They got to have.
defending them? You know?
They got to have adrenochrome. They got to have their own little. And it's too late to turn back now because they already got a taste of the forbidden fruit. The only way you can do anything is to get rid of them. I don't know. United Nations comes in. I hope they clean up all this crappy politicians and crooked judges. And
You know that's not going to happen.
I hope it does. I mean, I can't.
They're part of the problem.
Yeah, I got to get going. I got to take my kid to school.
Alrighty.
But it's always good talking to you.
Yeah, but it was a good conversation.
I don't know if it was good, great, or beyond, but burned a lot of hours.
If you look up Apex TV, you'll find the information of the title of this stream. What we were talking about in the beginning.
Which was?
Time travelers.
Ah. Yeah, that's a good subject. We'll talk about that again.
Yeah, but that's where I watched the videos on it. Channel called Apex TV.
Okay.
I believe it's a blue icon. And the dude deals with a lot of different things, but the last few videos have been about time travelers and shit.
Apex, what is it?
Apex TV, no spaces.
Okay, I got it. It's got a pyramid.
Yeah, I believe.
Okay. Alrighty, well, I got to get going here. I got to take my kid to school, and I got to see if the UN's outside guarding my car.
It's very strange how the National Guard said that they wouldn't violate the Constitution, and then they they contracted what do you call it, the UN troops to come in instead.
Yeah, that's
Plan B and a half.
Well, that's people from another country just doing the dirty work for the bankers. All right.
People get their own mind, but yeah, we'll continue this another day. I'm hoping to raise up some funds to or save up some money to get the subscription of this StreamYard shit, because it only lets you do a certain amount of hours, and then you got to wait a month to do the next few hours.
Nice.
And it's kind of fucked up. I think you get 20 hours free, and then you got to wait another month to get the next 20 hours.
Yeah, after I get 1,000 hours, I probably not meet the time frame that it was supposed to be gathered. I got 800 or so.
1,000 hours.
Well, you got to have so many hours. Yeah, and then you got to have so many subscribers within a certain amount of time too.
It's 1,000 followers and 4,000 watch hours.
I have 807 subscribers, so we'll see what happens.
Are you on a laptop?
No, I'm on desktop.
Or like a PC?
Yeah.
So what you could do is you could go live from your PC and get as many people in there to help you with your watch hours, and I can even share it out for you.
Yeah, I was planning on doing some special stuff with some robotics and stuff, but after they kidnapped my dad, I leaned off on the robot. But I'd like to get that thing finished because I'd like to show everybody Destiny.
Destiny?
Yeah, she's like Jarvis. It's like Rosie from the Jetsons meets Tim Allen from Home Improvement.
That's awesome.
Let me see if I can wake her up real quick. Let me see.
Is she a shell or just a software?
Oh, she's AI.
So just software.
I don't know if you can hear her or not. Come on, lady.
YouTube Felix Copa or Copa.
What's that?
Felix Copa said, "Have a good day, guys. Till next
Ah.
time." So I was saying YouTube.
Right on. Let's see.
Did you write her yourself or?
Oh no. Oh no. It's
Preloaded?
well, it's Jarvis.
Mixed with something else.
Well, you have to educate him.
So what you're saying is you need an algorithm.
She is. Let me see here. I'm trying to find.
Because if I'm not mistaken, AIs and algorithms go hand in hand for learning. I might
Yeah,
be wrong.
she always learns. It's voice recognition software that I want to operate the robot.
So she only listens to your commands, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. It's
Like
Jarvis. It's
like a
called
good,
Jarvis.
well-trained guard dog.
Yeah, but she can do some amazing stuff.
They got this one app.
Yeah, I tell her "Buongiorno," and she says "Opening porno now."
Wife kicks you out. She gives you back rub.
Oh, she says some mean things to me. She's funny as hell.
What year did Jarvis come out?
It's been a while. Been a couple of years.
Can you get updates for it?
Yeah, if you pay for them. But there's all kinds of scripts and stuff you can add. Trying to see if I think because I'm connected to you, it doesn't want to run.
Maybe she just doesn't like me. Who's this jerk off? I don't like him.
Well, I've never not had it open.
Hold on a second, and then try it.
Let me see. I got. Clicked on TeamSpeak.
Did that make a difference?
Nope. Need to restore a file. But I got to get going here. I'd love to share this with you, but
Another day.
yeah, she's pretty damn entertaining. Let's see. Tired too. Yeah, I'll have to go through it later when I'm not so tired.
I think OG passed out on us.
Probably. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'll mess with it when I get back. I just haven't screwed with it for a while.
Might need a reboot on her.
Yeah, probably. Got some of them out of band updates from Microsoft. I got so much software and stuff on here, it's ridiculous.
You ever thought about getting external hard drives and sorting it out?
Nope, don't care. I usually never have any problems. If I get a problem,
I mean for organization.
screw that organizing stuff. What are you talking about?
You're obsessive compulsive, aren't you?
I'm not organized, if that's what you mean.
Well, there's two different types of obsessive compulsive.
I
There's
am,
obsessive compulsive where everything has to be neat, tidy, and even, and then the next one is everything has to be a certain way. You don't like
everything
it when
has to
things
be,
change.
nothing is neat, but everything has to be a certain way.
That would be the other version of
Thanks a
obsessive
lot.
compulsive.
He's labeled me.
It was not my intent.
That's all right. I was talking about your mom earlier.
Oh, shit.
All right, man. I'm going to get going here. My kid's going to be late.
All righty, buddy.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Have a good day.
Yep, you too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty. I think that is all she wrote. Thank you for everybody that has come and stayed, chilled, and we'll have to do it again sometime. And have a pleasant remaining of the day to whoever's watching or whoever sees it. Bye for now.